the moderators on the Discord kept kicking me out. So I built a robot that would always let me back in whenever I got kicked out. And it basically outlasted his moderators. So then I was able to just stream in there a lot. But then they changed the way that the Discord server was made so that like just random people couldn't come in there anymore. So then I was in there like alone for months. There weren't a lot of people. And then recently it's gotten going again. Um, so I would tell you though that the way that I really found out about him is he came into my stream one day and asked me all kinds of questions, and I showed him my ID, I showed him my credit card, and like Aiden Ross came into my YouTube while he was on stream and wanted to know like what I was doing because he noticed that I was spamming people and that I was in his Discord and everything. And so he asked me to show him hit my ID, which I did, and he asked me to show him like a credit card, and I did. And why not? Yeah, I even showed him the three numbers on the back. I'm not dumb enough to show him a credit card that's going to work. I'm not going to show that to the whole world and have my account drained. But I had a credit card that I could show him, so I did. Yeah, exactly. It's just like a second form of identification. Uh, I think he just wanted to really make sure I was who I said I was. And I don't know. I mean, that's a question for him. I think he was just trying to see how much he could get me to do as well. But once somebody's showing you their credit card and their driver's license, that's pretty much as affirmative that they are who they say they are as you're going to get. And do you ever stream on Kick? Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Well, I I created a robot that streams on that spams on Kick, and so everybody on Kick knows who I am. And I think that's how Aiden Ross found out about me. Speaking of which, his Discord's pumping right now. I'd never sent him a friend request. I did send one to Eddie though, and he added me. No, not at all. Eddie's very private when it comes to that kind of stuff, and I get it. But the reason why Eddie added me, I did an interview. Do you know the streamer Ori Ouri? He's a pretty big streamer on Kick, and he and I did an interview a few months ago, and I had really good things to say about Eddie and that platform, just like to create a competitor to Twitch. And I think you liked what I said because he added me. What about aliens? No, he liked what I said about the Kick platform, that it was essentially creating an alternative to Twitch, which I thought was really positive. I said that Kick was essentially emerging as a competitor to Twitch, and that I think that it has a lot of opportunity to be very successful in the future. And I said, especially with the tie into stake, and that somebody needs to overtake Twitch eventually, and I think it'll be Kick. And I think that he was positive, or he thought positive things about what I said, and that's why he added me. But I'm not exactly sure why. Yeah, I don't really focus on that kind of stuff financially. I'm fine with what I need to do. While I can't necessarily spend like it's going out of style, I have enough budgeted for each month, and I know that it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And when I do, I'll be able to buy anything in the world, including any plane that's available. I'll be able to buy jet fighters if I want to. Generally, I have it delivered. So I have delivery accounts with like your major like Instacart and Walmart delivery, and like, um, those are the main ones that I use. So if I ever need anything, I just get on my phone and have it delivered. Though I have gone to the store live on stream and done shopping live on stream. I don't like to do that because then I'm live on only one stream at once. I like being live on 10 streams at once because if I ever lose my account on that one stream, then I lose all that data. So to me, it's smarter and easier to just have everything delivered. It gets delivered to my front door. I All I have to do is just basically store it. When I'm ready to eat, I can. But I have gone shopping on stream in quite a few different times, quite a few different well, like I have years of my streams that I've done online that of me shopping, but at least recently I've done the whole delivery thing. You know, it's I mean I can do that, but the last thing that a billionaire wants is somebody asking him for money, especially when that's not what I want him for. I want to make sure that he's able to make his platform the best platform that he can. So I feel that it's in my best interest to grow organically. I mean, I cheat. There's no doubt that I cheat. I create robots that spam my account on Kick and on Twitch 24/7, and eventually somebody's going to see that and it's going to go viral, and then I'll be able to provide for anything I want. Yeah, I program them. They're really macro programs, if you know what that is, but they basically just are like automatic mouse clickers, but they're very smart because they can identify pictures and they can identify text. So and they can do some like I have some things that can do captures for me. So it like gets me past the "Are you a robot?" thing. I don't know if it's in my server, but he is my friend on this account um on Kik or on Discord. And I haven't invited him to my server. If he wants to join, I know he can. Right? And he knows he can. But I don't know. I don't pressure him. Yeah, that's the last thing that he wants. And if you've ever known any really high net worth individuals, if you ever ask them for money, that's the biggest turnoff in the world for them. That's fine. I mean, frankly, I know other high net worth individuals outside of Eddie, and I've never asked them for money. I don't go to them for money because we're friends just in real life. And if I were to go to them to say, "Hey, will you please write a check for whatever amount of money so that I can do XYZ, and I think that it's a really good investment, and I'll give you all this money back." Then we stop being friends and we become business associates. And I don't want that. They're my friends and I don't need their money. He lives in Australia. Australia, I don't know. I'm sure he donates some, but I'm sure he probably also has the mentality that he just needs to grind as much as possible and get kick off the ground to the point where it is as big as Twitch. And then perhaps he'll start his own kick foundation to be able to give back to people. Do you know who Action Man is? All right. Well, Action Man's a big Kick streamer, and I know that a lot of people on Kick do some outreach to people and give back and such. So there are people associated with Kick that do that kind of stuff, but I don't know if Eddie himself gives back directly. No, I mean he can live off the interest now. I can tell you this: he gives to his streamers, so he gives to people on Kick, and he's very generous for giving that. So he may, I don't know, he may give to homeless people too. I'm not sure, but what he does do is he subscribes to people's channels with like 50 subscribers, which is like $250 a month for the person. Can you please repeat that? Um, well, like basically you need to have a verified account, which is like 80 followers, and then you can accept donations and you can accept subscriptions. And once you're verified, meaning you have 80 followers and some other stuff, you can get subscribers. And so if Eddie likes what you do, he'll give you 50 subscribers, which means you get $250 a month from him. Or he'll give you 100 subscribers. That's $500 a month from him, something like. No, they do pay you. No, they pay better than anybody. So what they do, they have something called the KCIP. It's the Kick Creator Incentive Program, which pays people hourly to stream, which is very unique. Most places don't pay you hourly, but they do. So essentially, if you meet their requirements, you can make up to um, like you need to have like a certain amount of people watching you for every stream. I think it's like 100 people continuous watching you, and you have to have at least 80 followers, and you need to have like within the last 30 days, you need to stream like something like 40 hours in the last 30 days or something like that. And there are a couple others that they've added. But once you have that, then you can make like $16 an hour just by streaming. Well, it's a good question. In order to qualify for that program, you have to stream exclusively on Kick. And I don't stream exclusively on Kick. I multi stream. So I'm live on YouTube and Twitch and um, Rumble and D Live and Trovo and a whole bunch of other platforms. And I don't want to stop streaming on YouTube. YouTube is my bread and butter, meaning My whole life is archived on YouTube, and Kick does not store videos longer than 30 days. So basically, it's just temporary. And I don't want just temporary streaming. I want the ability to have my life watched in the future for long periods of time, or in the future. 100%. 100%. Exactly. Just like we study people in old photographs, I think that people will study people in video in the future. Not only that, but you'll be able to study my circadian rhythms, my sleep patterns, my eating patterns, my bathing patterns, my um, heartbeats per second, my blinks per second, my swallows per minute, all that stuff that basically these metrics that people would be interested in the future. From a biological standpoint, I have more data on myself than any person ever. So this may be very beneficial to people in the future. Absolutely. Hey, come by anytime, doggo, and play your game. I'd love to watch you whatever you play, and come back whenever you're bored. But yeah, I was saying it's getting lit in there, so I don't want you to miss out on anything. Okay? Oh, I don't want to get in trouble for self promotion. To be honest with you, I don't want to get in trouble for self promotion. Take care, my man. Shout out to Doggo, everybody. You're welcome, welcome. I'll be there in a second. I'm just setting up my accounts. Yo, dog. How you living, man? That's okay. How you living? Yeah. You want me to talk in there? Okay. What's the deal you want to make? What do you want to do? Well, excellent. Okay. Would you go in there and ask those guys just make sure if I talk about myself, I won't get in trouble for self promotion? Okay. What up, pimp? Okay. Well, but okay. Will you give me 5 minutes? I just got to set up my other streams and then I'll be in there. How about that? Excellent. Sounds good. Hey, Dio, I'm gonna send you a friend request. Feel free to accept it if you want. But you seem like a cool person and I want to keep the connection. So just one moment. I sent one to Doggo already, so we're good. Absolutely. Shout out to you, my man. Okay, I'll be in there in the next 5 minutes, okay? Excellent. I'm gonna throw up gang signs in there. And I'm gonna throw up gang signs though as I as I set up these streams. Fuck yeah. Show me. I want to dude. Here's the bloods. There we go. I got the west side. I got the east side. Okay, let's see. Cool. I like that one. Okay, excellent. Can I tell you, in all reality, when I go viral, I want to unite the Bloods and the Crips. They don't need to be killing each other anymore. They need to start a That's what I like to hear, Dio. Excellent. Well, but let me say this first though. Truthfully, I don't want gangs to be hurting each other anymore. They could start a not-for-profit and make so much money if they combined their right, dude. Absolutely. Do you know how big a Bloods and Crips scholarship fund could be? People would give so much money to that so that they wouldn't shoot each other anymore. You know what it's excellent. Okay, deal. I will. I will. I will. I will. I just got to set up my other streams. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I'll undeafen. Okay. Shout out to Dio, everybody. All right, I'm going in there now. Absolutely. How you pimps doing? What's good in your neck of the woods?
I mean, I'm doing great, man. You know, I'm just enjoying this beautiful Sunday, man. I already told you, that shit's still going on up here.
Excellent, excellent. Anybody watching the NFL today?
Nah, man, I'm more of a Roblox type of person.
All right, I got you. Well, you'll be in the Super Bowl of Roblox pretty soon, so good on you.
Oh, shit. Oh, you gonna host that?
Perhaps. We'll take you to the time.
Come on now, you don't ever think Rothschild, you host it. He knows something that he knows.
Word, like, let me
Absolutely.
What did I tell you about speaking over him, dude? Shut the fuck up, man. Oh, God, let me shut the fuck up.
All right, so I know some of you know who I am, but for those of you who don't, do you mind if I give you my spiel? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, through saltwater greenhouses, through floating greenhouses. We talk about ending world hunger through vertical farming and hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of digging of wells in Africa and other developing areas. I want to help I've already done that with one of the projects with which I'm associated. I want to help with smart life straws there, or smart straws, and then additionally, and most importantly, desalination plants, basically pumping the Earth's ocean water onto land to make it drinkable for people. I think these are really important issues that aren't being discussed in society. If you don't know that I created the world's largest archive of human record, I'm live right now on more than 10 different YouTube accounts, and I multi-stream on 33 different platforms. I do this for world peace. Essentially, it's a real-life Truman Show, if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show. And I have over 100 different YouTube accounts, 200 different Instagram accounts, 300 different Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 different TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 different Twitter accounts, and I have over 10,000 different Kick accounts. We talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed, things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about life extension technology. All of you probably, when you were born, your average life expectancy was probably going to be about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of stem cells, human growth hormone, steroids, perhaps the utilization of ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, additionally nootropics and cryogenics. But eventually you're going to get to be age 120. You're going to say, Rabbi, my body's breaking down. Then what? If no one has been told this before, it's my privilege to be able to tell you all that I don't think anyone in here is going to die. And why do I say that?
What about me? What about me? Because you know I'm black. You all the time.
Jay, I love black people. I have black friends. I've lived with black people.
Oh my God, Randy, what about me? Because you know we got to deal with shootouts all the time, man.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and so for all the people, for all the people who have died in a shootout, I have, or any kind of death, I have a solution for that. But before we get to that, let me talk to you about why you guys aren't going to die. You're all younger people, and within a generation or two, a type of technology known as mind uploading technology is going to become really a regular occurrence on Earth. What is mind technology, you may ask? It's essentially the ability to scan someone's brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, basically a digital save point for real life, like you would have in a video game. All that information, every atom of your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, is saved into a computer for later download as needed, as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm basically saying to you is that you all have the opportunity, perhaps in the future, at a digital immortality, and that's very exciting. Now, to my man Jay and anybody else out there who perhaps has known anybody to die of any reason, but especially people who died. Hold on, legend. Hold on. Let me roll, baby. Let me roll. Anybody out there who has had someone who they loved who has died, there's another type of technology known as revivification technology. What is revivification technology, you may ask? It's the type of technology where we can take someone's DNA and bring them back to life. It's somewhat related to de-extinction technology, which is already a real thing. If you don't know what de-extinction technology is, the first successful de-extinction, meaning taking an extinct animal and reintroducing them into the wild, or at least bringing them to life, was completed in 2003. It was an ibex, known as a Pyrenean ibex. If you're like, what's an ibex? It's a goat. So basically, there was a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that went extinct, and scientists in 2003 were able to revivify it. Now, fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, has made it their goal by the year 2028, so it's in the next 3 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. If you don't know what a woolly mammoth is, basically the things that a caveman hunted, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using an African elephant hybrid. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So perhaps within the next, perhaps.
Quick question.
Go ahead.
I know that like cloning animals is dead ass real because like they cloned a cat before. I seen that video on this.
Yeah. So the first successful public cloning was a sheep.
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Was a sheep known as Dolly, and this happened in the mid 1990s. So yes, that type of technology has been around, at least publicly, for almost 30 years. So yeah, all of that is true, absolutely. But for those of you who perhaps are like, well, Rabbi, I'm just a regular person and I don't have the money for all this stuff that you're talking about. You may not have the money now, but you will in the future. I'm live on camera. That's right. That is where Rabbi comes in. And absolutely. I'm talking about all of you. I'm talking about Legend and Jay and Angel. I'm talking about Doggo and Jaden, and of course, Biggest Loser on the internet. I'm talking about Bleed. I'm talking about Busted, and I'm talking about Zil, and Aiden Ross too. I'm talking about all of you guys. Essentially, you need to understand that data is Earth's #1 resource. That's not Rabbi saying that. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And when people find out that you can literally follow someone's life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, from now until the end of their life, and they also have 3 years worth of data as an archive, I'll be able to monetize that, perhaps be the richest person on Earth someday. And when that becomes the truth, I'm going to give blessings to all of you. What I'm going to do is literally this. I'm going to say, I need you to take care of yourselves. I need you to take care of your friends and your families. And then I want you all to start charities to help other people, basically philanthropic organizations, so that you can help the people in your community. I want to do that now too. And I'm telling you this, we're very close to doing that. And why do I say that? If you guys don't know who I am from Kick, I am the most infamous spammer on Earth. I create robots that spam for me on Kick. So I'll show you my robots right now. Yeah, I do. So right now, what this bot is doing is it's creating clips on Twitch. So I've graduated from Kick into Twitch because just Twitch has so many more people. And here it is. It is creating a clip for me, and then what it's going to do is it's going to follow the person and it's going to spam them with all my social media. And I just started doing this on Kick literally less than 24 hours ago, and people are already starting to see what I'm doing. But I did it on Kick to the point on Kick where the owner of Kick is my friend on Discord, Eddie Craven. The head developer, his name is Santa Maria. He knows exactly who I am. He's made videos about me. So basically, I'm taking my talents to a larger platform to be able to make people aware of what I do. And it's just a matter of time. It could happen within the next month that I go viral. And when that happens, you'll all remember this conversation. It's archived for forever. And it'll be very exciting for people to know that you were there at the very beginning of this. So you all should be very excited. As you see, my hands, I mean, I'm holding the camera with one hand and my hand's here, but all of this is automated. And, it just basically does what I need it to do. 24/7, so I can sleep, and this will be creating clips for me, and it will be following people, and it'll be spamming for me. And then what it does after it does it for enough people, it starts the whole the whole the whole.
Sorry, hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Yo, Legend, do you mind, dude? Let's put Legend on a fucking black. I'll tell you what, yo, rothschild.
Yo.
How much is Legend worth?
Legend is priceless. Trust me, when we're all very rich people someday, we'll think back and laugh about this situation. I'm 30. That's fine. I'm 39. That's fine. That's fine. I'm 39 years old. Have I ever gotten unemployment? Not to my knowledge, no. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also have contracts with Fortune 500 companies that allows me to essentially retire early and do this. Yeah, so it's just it's a program. It's called a macro, and essentially it's very smart. It can detect pictures on a computer or text on a computer, and it memorizes where my mouse clicks are. So if you really want to know the name of it, it's known as macro recorder. And here you can see it spamming. Like that's all that is my spam, and then it just moves on to the next person. And here it is. It's create. I got it creating an account right now. So what it'll do is I actually haven't paused on this one, but it creates accounts for me. And yeah, I mean, actually, the way that I got into the Aiden Ross server, I created a robot that whenever one of the moderators would kick me out of the call because they just got sick of me or whatever, it would bring me right back in. And so I basically outlasted them, and I started streaming in there like 7 months ago, every single day, 24/7, and I haven't stopped. When am I going to upgrade? Oh, perhaps within the next few months. No, yeah, no, I understand that one. Basically, that is just an old tablet that I have. Here, let me give you a room tour so you can see everything else. Okay, so over here, I've got I've got 3 different devices here, and I've got another 2 devices here. What are these doing? Up here, this is in a Telegram for a cryptocurrency. So I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. If you guys are ever like, why do you have so much Sonic the Hedgehog stuff? It's a cryptocurrency that's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $300 million right now. So it's a very serious cryptocurrency. 100%. When I started with it, it was worth pennies. Yeah. So, well, it's available on Uniswap. It's available on Uniswap. I can tell you that the reason why I think it's special is not because of its name and it's not because of its community. It's because it's backed by data. You're good. So let me show you where you guys usually see me from, and I'll show you. Okay, so you guys usually see me from here. Absolutely. When I get a free hand, I will. So this is the camera you usually see me on. I'm the #1 streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream, or Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the #1 streamer all time in KSI's. I'm the #1 streamer in iShow Speeds and a bunch of other influencers. Word, dog. Word. Absolutely. So as you can see, there's like a wall. There's a big wall of computers here. I also have devices here live in a bunch of other platforms. I have a ceiling camera. So I have a camera literally on my ceiling so that people can watch me from above 24/7. I'm live on 10 different YouTubes right now. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, what is your advice for like young people that want to be streamers just like me.
Oh my gosh, dude, go look it up on Google.
No, that's a legitimate question, and
Yeah, exactly. Like they hate it for no reason.
that's okay.
I'm not hating.
It's really about it's a 3-part answer, and shout out to my a fellow streamer. His name is Straight Savage. He summarized this very succinctly, and I think he's right. Number 1, you want to be consistent. Number 2, you want to network, and number 3, you want to be yourself. If you can do those 3 things over enough time, you're going to be successful. And so just think about it this way. One thing that we talk about a lot on the stream is AI and the use of AI in the future. Now, I know how it's going to be important to me. It's going to be able to take my 3.5 years or however much data I have on the internet and be able to edit it into very summarized pieces so that you don't have to watch 24 hours of me. You can just watch highlight reels essentially, and it's all done in an automated fashion. But just know, for everybody else out there, you won't have positions like you traditionally would. Everything from a lawyer is being replaced by AI, to doctors, to surgeons. The Da Vinci is an AI surgeon, a robotic surgeon. Every customer service position is going to be replaced.
I mean, it all started with the kiosk in McDonald's. That's what I was telling people.
100%.
AI is going to take over.
Absolutely. And actually, McDonald's had this 70 years ago. They had something called the Speedy system. McDonald's has had this type of technology for 70 years. It's called the Speedy system. And previously, people weren't comfortable ordering only from a robot, but they have become accustomed to that. So what does that mean for all of you? Well, you're doing the right thing. You're creating content. You guys are influencers, and you may not have as many followers as you want. You may not have as much as many subscribers as you want, but that doesn't. Oh, change all your lives. You're all going to be very famous people in the future.
No, not everyone. Not everyone. These people don't have the work ethic for it.
Well,
I do. You're going to be in 5 years, dude.
You know when you're gonna be out of 5 years, fucking McDonald's worker?
No. You're all going to be very successful. It will not take me 5 years to go viral. Just one moment. Let's talk about artificial intelligence for a moment. So we are approaching what's known as artificial general intelligence, which is essentially AI that has the same intelligence as an average person. What's very exciting is the next level of artificial intelligence, which is known as artificial superintelligence, ASI. What is that? So we have the first one, which is AGI, which is artificial general intelligence. And at least OpenAI, the company that owns ChatGPT, says that they will have established this when they have $100 billion market share. And they're approaching that very quickly. That should be within the next 2 years or so. And then once you get into artificial superintelligence, what you're going to have is essentially perhaps like the Skynet-like kind of future. We'll have neural networks. Potentially, we'll be able to connect to each other telepathically and never need any kind of cords for this. Essentially, what we'll be moving towards is 6G, 7G, 8G, 9G, 10G, etc. So what does that mean for you all? You're all influencers in your own right, but how are you going to be able to make money in the future? Well, artists will be much bigger than they currently are. Currently, there's the stereotype of a starving artist, but that may not be the same in the future. We may experience a second renaissance, especially because artificial intelligence it creates so much art that isn't connected to humans, and humans will want to buy art that is connected to being made by hand. And so things like ceramics, music that's made by people and not necessarily made by robots, will have much more value in society in the future. Additionally, cryptocurrencies will have a lot more value in the future. Same with NFTs as well. So you all are, I'm sure, smart enough to be able to get your own wallets full of any kind of cryptocurrency NFT that you want. Excellent. That's smart. Pardon me? 20. What about? When do I shower? I understand. I shower on stream. Yeah, I sing in the. Yeah, I sing in the shower. I do a lot of karaoke. I do my best to entertain people. I dance. What's your question?
I want a grown ass man in this call to answer it, so can someone already probably grown ass women? Yeah, well, yeah, woman.
What the hell is echoing?
Yeah, for real. I want like someone to answer this. I mean, I want someone to ask this to you because I'm like a legit. So someone probably already.
Dude.
So
I say we go back in time and we
he's a one year. He said.
that's just my opinion. Mike, what the fuck is this? That's crazy. Yo, Rothschild, do you hear this?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I just like I didn't hear that either.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like the way he thinks.
Excellent. But you should all know what I do day in and day out, 24/7, is I do my best to be a positive person. I do my best to be optimistic. I have people from all over the world who come to me for advice, who ask questions. I do my best to help them with any problems they have. I'm about solutions. I want to solve problems for the world, whether it's world hunger, whether it's world thirst, whether it's world peace. And why do I say that I really think that world peace will eventually occur? If we want to explore other planets, if we want to have space tourism and terraform other planetoids, essentially like Mars or like the moons of Jupiter, perhaps Europa, or even terraform Venus, we need to have peace here on Earth first. If you know anything about extraterrestrial civilizations or even the study of them, they all have to have peace on their home planet before they go exploring other planets. And when I talk about mind uploading technology and the fact that I don't think you all will die, then that means that this no longer becomes an issue for your children, but it becomes your issue. And so I'm a huge advocate for peace. I don't feel that it's right for me to put my hands on you, nor you put your hands on me without consent. And if we can live by that from a neighborhood perspective all the way up to global perspective, I think that that will be very positive for the world.
So if Jake burgers and you can, like at McDonald's.
Pardon me. Look, I'm going to tell you guys something right now. Out of anybody here who is at least currently speaking, Jay's got more potential than anybody. He's got amazing charisma. He's got an amazing personality. He's going to be an influencer in his own right, as will all of you in your own way. But you guys got to be respectful to him. Legend, you got some work to do. You got some work to do. But I really mean this. You all have your own individual talents. You will all find your niches. You will all have your individual niches. And just know, if you're like, well, Rabbi, you talked earlier about art. Maybe I'm not an artist. Well, what can I do that will be exciting for people in the future? Gaming is going to be huge. So somebody said earlier that they liked Minecraft. Minecraft's going to be huge. I mean it. There will be a Super Bowl of Minecraft someday, and the person in here, data. Oh, 100%. 100%. 100%. Absolutely. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be the biggest game in the history of mankind. It is going to be a cultural revolution. It is going to cause many people to move to South Florida just over the fact that it is so exciting. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. 100%. I am, look, I've completed a 100% completion on Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I've beaten every single Grand Theft Auto, and I'm excited for Grand Theft Auto 6. I know it's still perhaps a couple years away, but I can't wait for it. We'll see. Before you speech, ask what you asked yesterday. Remember what you asked yesterday?
What?
Let's go on to that.
What?
The conversations.
What did I ask yesterday?
You remember like the what do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to do? What do you want to complete? Remember your answer.
Oh, yeah. Like, what? I'm gonna give it.
Rothschild.
Yes, sir.
Do you like, have you heard of somebody named Netspin?
Uh,
Bro.
I don't know who that is.
If you like music, you should look. There's no promo, but you should listen to Netspin. I think you would like it.
Excellent. Excellent.
I know you heard of Playboy Cardi.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Do you know Jello?
Yeah, you're gonna like Netspin if you like Cardi.
Excellent. Hey, I can teach you that. I can teach you that. All right.
I am not even
She's 11, dude. She's 11.
I'm 11. What? What?
She's 19.
All right. All right. All right. I'll pull Jay. Jay, you 18?
And you are beautiful.
Okay, excellent. So we'll do some pickup routines, okay? So let's say I meet you at a club or whatever, and I come up to you, you're, with your friends or whatever, and I can basically use some routines to be able to give myself a little bit of an edge when it comes to who you want to date as a partner. So here's something that we do. I want you to imagine a cube, Jay. Okay? I want you to imagine a cube. Okay. Is it a big or a small cube?
It was about average size.
Okay. Is what color is it?
Gray.
Okay. Is it facing me? Is it facing me straight on, or is it at an angle? Excellent. Is it in the air or on the ground?
It's floating.
Excellent. All right. Now I want you to imagine a ladder.
A ladder.
Okay. Where is the ladder in relation to the cube?
Which is right of me.
Excellent. How many rungs or how many steps are on the ladder? How many? Jay, how many? 12. Excellent. All right. Finally, I want you to imagine a horse. Okay. Describe the horse to me. Describe the horse to me. Excellent. Excellent. Now, what I want to do when I'm picking up a chick is create a false time constraint. So basically, I have to make you aware that I'm a high valued individual. Hey, dude, do you want to talk? Do you want to talk?
Thinking of book called Eminence Great Eminence. So the front man for the Builder was Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who was at one point a Nazi and then a Dutch freedom fighter. Take your pick. But Rettinger is the moving hand behind the whole thing, and I'll be damned if I can figure out who Rettinger is. So the idea is that, well, you get like influential people in media, business, politics, and you bring them together just to talk, to try to find common answers or common questions. It's all very much sort of Western Europe, Anglo-European, and it's all very closely sort of connected to NATO. The whole concept of a kind of Atlanticist world, which is essentially Anglo-American combined with Western Europe. But you got a bunch of these things. I mean, the Council on Foreign Relations is very similar to that. And the Bilderbergers, there's an overlap with the Bohemian Club. And then you've got the Pinay Circle, or Les Cercles, which is more military, but also linked to the so-called secret Gladio. The idea if the Soviets overran Western Europe, there would be a stay-behind organization called Gladio. They were just freedom fighters. So the question I have about that is that how many secret organizations?
Yeah, big dog.
Why all these separate groups, which are
No worries at all. It becomes too many people, and it's whatever. I had the opportunity to share with the group what I wanted. And while I wasn't able to put the closing on the cube, it's a very good pickup routine. And I want you to know I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to them all. All right, I'll finish the cube. Here we go. Oh, I'm just gonna tell Jay. Are you Jay, or are you different? Oh, you're Jay. Okay, well then I'm gonna tell you what all that shit meant that I just learned from you. All right, so I'll join you back. Excellent, excellent. All right, shout out to Jay. Jay hooked it up. Okay, so what is the cube? It's a pickup routine. Basically, what you want to do is create some interest in yourself. And hey, if you're gonna talk, then I'm gonna leave. Got it? So shut the fuck up. Let me say this. I won't. All right. So what did Jay? So we're pretending that Jay's a chick, and I was at a bar creating a false time constraint, basically showing a higher status that I have things to do, but I'm going to spend a little bit of time. And what did I learn about Jay? So Jay's cube is essentially a medium-sized cube. That means that your cube is your ego. Okay. So Jay has a medium-sized ego. Jay, what's your favorite color? Okay, Jay's favorite color is black. About 70% of the time, the cube will be the same color as someone's favorite color. So a lot of times you'll get a girl's favorite color out of that. The fact that the cube is off the ground shows that they're a creative person being straight on. They are upfront, honest individual. They don't like to beat around the bush. When it comes to the ladder are your goals. So basically you have 12 rungs, and I don't know what they are. Become a millionaire, become a billionaire, become a trillionaire, perhaps. Who knows what it is, but find a girl, perhaps have children, perhaps have a nice life. If you ask me what my ladder looks like, it goes all the way into the sky, but it could be anything. And then in the description of your horse, it's your ideal mate. Essentially, these are things that you can do that create interest in yourself, that show a girl that you have confidence to be able to walk across the room, talk to her about it, and then you go back to your friends, you go keep doing what you're doing. But the whole night, this girl will be thinking about all these things that you were able to learn from just some of these subconscious symbols that she was able to give you. We'll try one more. Jay, here we go. It's called the 5-question game. Okay. So Jay, I'm going to ask you 5 questions. All you have to do is answer them incorrectly. Okay. Now everybody be quiet while I do this. All right, Jay. Jay, what color is? We'll do a practice round. Okay. Well, perhaps no. We'll make it the real thing. Okay. So here's a question. No practice. Here we go. What color is the sky? What color is snow? Excellent. Okay. What question are we on? What question are we on? Boom! Got you right there. And you have to buy me a drink. So you go to a girl and you be like, hey, we're going to play a game. I got 5 questions for you. All you have to do is answer them incorrectly. And you couldn't even do that. All right, I'll give you another chance, Jay. But if you don't get it right, Jay, if you don't get it right, okay, then you got to buy me another drink. All right, or whatever though. Just one. Have you ever played this before? Jay, have you ever played this before? The 5-question game. Doug, I told you, all you had to do was answer them incorrectly. You got to buy me another drink, son. All you do is just do this, and it shows that you're a charismatic individual. And so there are just some routines that you learn. So if anybody's interested in this, I suggest that you read the book by Neil Strauss called The Game. It's passed around fraternities. It's passed around dormitories. It's how you pick up women. It's how a nerdy dude picked up Britney Spears back in the day. So with that, friends, I wish you very good things. Feel free to send me a friend request if you want to get to know me better. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Much love to everybody. Shout out to you, Dio. That 5-question game gets you every time.
which often seem to have the same people.
Yeah, and the closer I look, the more I wonder the same question we asked about the Russian intelligence agencies: is where is this hunter power? It seems to be very hard to figure out. Does the secrecy scare you?
Well, I guess on one level, I'm comforted that there's somebody actually making decisions, as opposed to this. I mean, what do you want? Do you want chaos, or do you want everything completely controlled? And I don't put much stock in the idea that there actually is some small group of people running everything, because if they were, it would operate more efficiently. I do think that there are various disparate groups of people who think that they're running things or try to. And that's what concerns me more than anything else. Well, I hate to go back to the beginning because we should bring up, to go back to the Nazis. They had the whole idea about a new world order, and they only had 12 years to do it. And look what a mess they made. I mean, look at the damage, the physical damage that can be done.
Yes, sir.
By an idea.
Just like I said, networking is probably the best way to do it. I would. Oh, absolutely. You have a lot of potential, my friend. So, well, what you're doing is exactly right. You're in Aiden Ross's Discord. You're a well-known individual. You're charismatic. You got a great personality. You got great hair, my man. I love your hair. So you got all that going. Are you a streamer? Please do. I will. I'll go through your social media right now. I'll tell you what to do. Okay. First thing. Hold on. First thing. Hold on. Do you have a link tree? Excellent. Send me your link tree. Everything should be there. That's step one. If you don't have everything linked there, well, then just link it. It's pretty easy. But basically, you should have. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so then I'm going to Jay, and I'm going to your. I don't see your link tree. I see YouTube J clips. Okay, send it to this the account that I that's in my hand. Hold on one second. I'll send it to you. Okay. Hold on. I'll go through all your social media right now and I'll give you some really good advice. There perhaps is no better person on the earth who you could have asked for advice on with social media, because I've created so many different accounts. I've seen it so many different ways. I know what basically every influencer stuff looks like. So I just sent you a I just said hi. If you can look at that message, send me your link tree. It will. It's the foundation that you need. It's definitely the foundation that you need. Okay, so I got absolutely. So I've got. I You can send it to the account. There you go. Okay, J clips. Excellent. That's okay. Okay, so excellent. Excellent. Do you have Snapchat? Hold on. Here's the first thing that you have to do is make sure that you have an account on every major platform. So that's Snapchat, that's Twitch, that's Reddit, that's Imager, that's YouTube, that's Twitter. There are 20 different ones, and if you want the list, just look below. And I've got them all listed. I've got 50 of them listed, but you take the top 20. And I know you may be like, well, Rabbi, I don't want to use Snapchat. That's fine. You don't want somebody else to take your name. And if your name is J Clip, that's okay. Make sure you link it. one of the impressive things about my main account that people see is I have so many different things. I mean, you see how you've never seen somebody with more social media in their Discord profile than I have. And so that's something people take pictures of it and say, this must be some kind of record. I'm not saying you have to do that, but you want to have your social media footprint to be as large as possible, especially if you get some shorty who's like, hey, I want I want to be able to check out your perhaps your Snapchat, perhaps your Twitter, whatever it is. Okay, so I'm going to now look at your YouTube. We'll do that first. Okay, so we got Jay. Your ex, please do. Excellent. So subscribe for Max Aura. That's cool. It's a call to action, and you've got something there. So a lot of people don't even have something there. So that's a good banner. Now the picture that you have is a dog. Why is it a dog? That's fine. Do you see what Caspian Sea has? Or what I have? It's basically our face. That's what you want. You have a great face, you have great hair, and you want people to be able to identify you immediately. They're not going to identify that dog as you. So you want to make that connection to people. The best advice I can give you is to do something similar to what I do with a little circle around it. You don't have to say Guinness World Record or anything, but you can say at jclips on YouTube. And then at the bottom, you just say linktree.com/jclips, so that whenever anybody sees you, it's a call to action that they can check out your stuff. They don't even need to go to your Discord, or they don't need to go to your links. They can just see it from your profile picture. And then that profile picture is everywhere. I'll take a look at it right now. Just one moment, Lilian. That's very good. Okay, so we got J Live at J Clips Live. Okay, why do you have two eyes in live? You don't want that. You don't want that. If you get some shorty, some super hot chick who's like, "Hey, what's your at on YouTube?" And you're like, "It's at J Clips Live with two eyes." You sound like a doofus. You just want it's at J Clips Live. Can you get at J Clips Live? You can change it. Yeah. If you're with some hot chick in a club, do you want her to have to keyword search you or just get the at? You just want the at. And you want it to be really easy to remember. I'm at J Clips Live. You don't want to say I'm at J Clips Live with two eyes in live, because also Clips has an, you want it to has an eye. You want it to be just something very simple. So my advice would be right away, J Clips Live. And also somebody's going to get at J Clips Live with one eye. So you want that. You want that account. Okay, then I got you. That's cool. Okay, so then we can find an alternative. Really, that's cool. Do that. It's taken. Perfect. Excellent. I'll refresh it. We'll see if it updates. If it doesn't, that's fine. Oh, it did, dude. Nice. Good job, son. Perfect, dude. Okay, now you're at J Clips Live. Okay, now some shorty comes up to you like, "Oh, you're an influencer." Yeah, I am. Okay, what's your at on YouTube? I'm at J Clips Live. Nothing else. No, oh, but it's two eyes in live. You get it. Okay. So if anything, that's a major gain from this conversation. All right. So then you're live every day, 8 p.m. on Twitch. 8 p.m. when? 8 p.m. in Kazakhstan, 8 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. When 8 p.m.? Okay, perfect. So you just put live every day, 8 p.m. EST, and then Twitch/JClips. But that gives people a connection, and that's amazing that you're live every day. Do you multi-stream? Yes, it can. Yes, it can. So, and I can walk you through this. I know a girl from Poland or a woman from Poland, um, who I walked this through yesterday. So Rumble, have you heard of Rumble? Okay, so Rumble has something called Rumble Streaming. I'm sorry, Rumble Studio that allows you to multi-stream using the same bandwidth that you normally use on multiple streams at once for free. So when you press go live on Rumble, you'll be live on YouTube, on Twitter, or on Twitch, on Rumble, and on Twitch all at the same time. So, but you can do even more than that. I do it on 33 different ones for free. But you'd be live on the big ones are YouTube, Rumble, Kick. Oh, I should have said Kick and Twitch. You want to be live on those four. Why? Because you want to have the biggest footprint possible, and it unifies your chat. So, do you have a Rumble account? Yep, you're going to make it right now, and I'm going to walk you through how to do all this. It's actually pretty easy. I walked her through it yesterday, and now when she presses a one button to go live on Rumble, she's live on YouTube, on Twitch, on Kick, and on uh, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Kick all at the same time. And that's what you want. Here's why. If you don't want to have to re-upload your content on other platforms, basically this gives you the biggest footprint possible so that you may not know it, but somebody may say, hey, how are you on Rumble? Or hey, how are you on Kick? And it's going to come into your chat and you'll be like, wow, I wouldn't have even known that this person was talking to me. But because Rumble unifies all of the platforms, and it's free. My big thing is free. I don't have, you know, I everybody's got a budget of some sort, and I don't want to have to be paying monthly subscriptions to some company when it's available somewhere for free. So what you want to do is create a Rumble account, and you want to try to get J Clips Live or J Live, either one of those. Let have you have you gotten J Live on Rumble yet? Okay. I would tell you this: getting this Rumble account is more important than you editing a video. Excellent. So then what you're going to want to do is put your Rumble on your link tree. Okay, so I'm going to continue looking at your link tree. You got a really great name. Why not? What are you talking about? I have Linktree. There's no monthly subscription. Take your time, my man. Okay. So what you want to do is go to linktree. Go ahead. Ask your question. Go ahead. I don't do sponsorships, but what I will tell you is that when I go viral, you'll be one of the first people about whom I talk. So I can tell you that you'll get all the sponsorship you need from that. And I'm serious. It could be within the next month or two that I go viral, especially with these robots. A lot of people are finding out about me. And I'd love to be able to just write you a check. I can't do that right now, but when I can, I will. Well, really, I have to, I have to utilize. I can teach how to do it. How about that? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Hold on. You do have enough devices to do it. You just need one. Yeah. Don't worry. I'll teach you how to create the bot too. So you'll be able to have a bot of your own. And I'll teach it's a real easy bot that I'll teach you how to make. It will just literally just create accounts for you on Kick and then add them to your followers. So you'll get a new follower every minute, and then you'll have 10,000 followers within a few days. I will I can't do your account because I'm using them on my own. But what I can do is show you how to do it. It's that old phrase: "Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a life." Excellent. And then you can use it for anything that you want. So if you want to use it to create YouTube accounts for you or TikTok followers, whatever you want, you'll be able to do it in an automated fashion. Okay, here's what I want you to do. Go to linktree.com, log into your account, and we're going to put your different links in here. So you don't have your Kick link in here. You don't have your Snapchat in here. You've got to create a Rumble account. So you got some work to do. I understand. I'm going to walk you through it, and you're going to have the most robust social media of any person that you know by the end of this call. You already changed your YouTube channel, which is a game changer. You already changed your YouTube name, which is a game changer. Wait, you've got J Clips and you've got J Clips Live, right? Excellent. So you have to put both of those in your link tree. Pardon me? I'm here. You let me know when you've done that.
Fire blanket. Crap. Swag. Ha!
What's the backside of the back right? He just put a play box down.
Yet inspiring a relatively small group of people controlling a nation based upon some sort of racial or ideological fantasy that has no real basis in reality and yet guides their actions. It's this differentiation that I always make, and I try to get across to students between always be clear about what you know and what you believe. You don't know many things. You know your name. You know when you were born. You probably know who your father is, but that's not absolute unless you've had a DNA test. And only if you trust DNA tests. So you know who your mother is. You believe this man is your father. Why? Because your mother told you. So you believe things generally because someone has told you this is to be true, but you don't really know for sure. Well, because we know so little, we tend to go by beliefs. So we believe in this, we believe in that. You believe that your cult leader is the answer to everything. And it seems to be very, very easy to get people to believe things. And then what happens is that whether or not those beliefs have any real basis in reality, they begin to influence your action. So here again, regrettably in some ways to bring it back to the Nazis, what were the Nazis convinced of? They were convinced that Jews were basically evil aliens. That's what it comes down to. They weren't really humans. There's some sort of evil contamination which we must eradicate. And they set out to do that.
And then they were sure that there's just a few problems that could be solved, and once you solve them, that you have this beautiful utopia where everything would be just perfect. It would be great, and we can just get there. And I think this really strong belief in a global utopia, it just never goes right. It seems like impossible to know the truth.
For some reason, not long ago, I was listening on YouTube to old wobbly songs. Internet.
Right.
The Workers of the World. I don't know why. I didn't know the whole album of wobbly songs. But there was one of them called Commonwealth of Toil. And it's like most of them, they're sort of taken from gospel songs. And it's talking about in the future, how wonderful everything will be in the Commonwealth of Toil that will be. And now these are revolutionary leftists, in this case, wobblies, but nonetheless. It's like a prayer for communism. Everything in the future, everything will be good because the earth will be shared by the toilers, and from each his abilities, each according to his meaning. And it's this kind of sweet little song in some way. But I'm just sort of imagining this. If I was going to stage that, I'd have like this choir of children singing it with a huge hammer, sickle behind them, because that's what it's combining. And you can think that the sentiments that are expressed in that song, which, are legitimate in some way, of all the horrors that then leads to.
It is fascinating about humans. A beautiful idea on paper, an innocent little idea about the utopian future can lead to so much suffering and so much destruction. And the unintended consequences that you see this
Law of unintended consequences.
And we learn from it. I mean, that's why history is important. We learn from it. Hopefully.
Do we?
Slowly. Or slow learn.
So, I'm unconvinced of that, but perhaps it's.
Speaking of unconvinced, what gives you hope? If human beings are still here, maybe expanding out into the cosmos 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 years from now, what gives you hope about that future? About even being a possible future, about it happening?
Most people are cooperative and kind most of the time. And that's one of those things that can usually be depended upon, and usually you'll get back to what you put into it. Another thing that I have like a weird fascination of watching are people who have meltdowns on airplanes. Because it's just bizarre.
It's fascinating to watch, yeah.
The people who will, there's some sort of psychotic rape that occurs, and it's always going to end the same way. The cops are going to come on and drag you off the plane. Now, true, and you're going to inconvenience everybody there, and usually sometimes they don't care about that. That's the one little sense of power that they have. So they have some sort of sense of powerlessness. And if their only way of power is just to piss off everybody else on that plane, they're going to go ahead and do it, even though it's going to lead nowhere.
And there's similar psychological behavior in traffic.
Well, the road rage.
The road rage, yeah. It's fascinating.
And I bet that most, there again, those are all people who at some point were cooperative and kind and polite. And then they snap. So those are all part of the human makeup as well.
But also part of the human makeup, difference between humans and chimps, is the ability to get together, cooperate on a mass scale over an idea, create things like the Roman Empire did, laws that prevent us and protect us from crazy human behavior, manifestations of a man's.
Human beings are just weird animals. Look at it here. It's just completely peculiar. I'm not sure that we're altogether natural.
But I think we are altogether beautiful. There is something magical about humans, and I hope humans stay here, even as we get advanced robots walking around everywhere, more and more intelligent robots that claim to have consciousness, that claim they love you, that increasingly take over our world. I hope this magical thing that makes us human will persist.
Well, let us hope so.
But you're an incredible person. You've done so much fascinating work, and it's really an honor.
I've never had anybody ask me as many questions as you have. So
Thank you so
or
much.
as many questions.
This was so fun. Thank you so much for talking today.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rick Spence. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. The very word, secrecy, is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. Everything that I talk about, raising the poor, healthcare for all, a tax system which demands the billionaires pay their fair share, Those are all popular ideas, but people didn't know it. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. They say, well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. And we got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like it. They really don't. I want to tell you, this is their main, this is how they succeed. If they say, Lexus, the world is the way it is, it always will be this way. We got the wealth, we got the power, and don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You don't know that. Give up. That they don't say it perfectly. That's really what we do. And what we showed is this one. Running an outside campaign, we took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we're talking about are the ideas that working class people, young people believe in.
The following is a conversation with Bernie Sanders, Senator from Vermont and two-time presidential candidate, both times as the underdog who, against the long odds, captivated the support and excitement of millions of people, both on the left and the right. This is the Let's Fix It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bernie Sanders. Growing up, did you ever think you'd be a politician? No. Yeah, I know that you hate talking about yourself, which is rare for a politician. What's your philosophy behind that? You like talking about the issues.
Yeah, I do. I mean, everybody talks about themselves. It's not about nice guy, not a nice guy. What politics should be about is the issues facing the people of our country, the people of the world, how we're going to address them. That's what it should be.
That said, there's interesting aspects to your life story. For example, in 1963, you were very active in the civil rights movement. Got arrested even for protesting segregation in Chicago. And you attended the famous March on Washington, where MLK gave his I Have a Dream speech. What was that like?
It was extraordinary. Took a bus ride down with all students from the University of Chicago. There was a zillion people there. I'm not sure if it was the first time I've ever been in Washington in my life, but it was, it was a very impressive moment. And what he was talking about, what people very often forget about, it was not only racial justice, it was jobs. Jobs and justice. That was the name of that rally. And something I've never forgotten.
What influence did he have on you? What did you learn about the way he enacted change in the world?
King was a very impressive president. I'm more impressed with people think that he was. And what he did is he created his movement from the bottom up. So he developed real organization, grassroots organization, which put pressure on communities, officials to end segregation, open up voting patterns. And I think what has to also be remembered about King, which is really quite extraordinary, is, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, and it was, you're great. But then, at the end of his life, he took on the Johnson of the war in Vietnam. And as soon as he did that, suddenly the editorial pages throughout America, establishment papers, no longer thought he was so great. In fact, the message sent out, you're black, deal with civil rights, don't worry about foreign policy, we'll take care of that. But he said, if I talk about peace and nonviolence, I can't sit back and allow what's going on in Vietnam to continue without speaking out. Incredible courage. And, by the way, when he was assassinated at fighting for the rights of AFSCME workers, garbage guys who live at the garbage, who were treated terribly, low wages, bad working conditions, and went out to support the rights of the union. That's what he did.
So on the war front, one of the things that people don't often talk about your work in politics, you gave what I think is a truly brave speech on the Iraq War in 2002, I believe. You voted no on the Iraq Resolution, you voted no on the Patriot Act, and you basically predicted very accurately what would happen if we go into Iraq. What was your thinking at the time behind the speeches behind voting no and the Patriot Act and the Iraq Resolution?
And maybe ironically came out of maybe the war in Vietnam. These lies that people, we went into Vietnam under a lie. We lost close to 60,000 Americans, millions of people in Vietnam. Cambodia died as a result of it. So you think twice about it. The war in Iraq, you had people like Cheney and others telling us, no, they have nuclear weapons, all that stuff. It's the only way we can resolve the issue. I didn't believe it. I didn't agree with it. It turns out historically, I was right.
What's the way to fight this thing that Martin Luther King tried to fight, which is the military-industrial complex?
It's huge. I mean, it gets to the border issue where we are as a nation. And what I, almost uniquely in Congress talk about is the fact that we are moving Lex to an oligarchic human society. Not a lot of people are familiar with that term, but what it means, we talk about an oligarchy in Russia. They're all surrounded by the oligarchs. Well, guess what? It's happening in the United States. So what you have right now is an economy with more concentration of ownership than we've ever had. Right? That means whether it's agriculture, transportation, healthcare, whatever it may be, fewer and fewer massive, large corporations control what's produced and the prices we pay. And then you look at our political system, and we don't talk about it. What is the reality of the political system today? And that is that billionaires are spending huge amounts of money to buy the solution. In Trump's campaign, we got three multi-billionaires spending over $200 billion. Three people. Democrats have their billionaires, not quite as concentrated. But at the end of the day, billionaires play an enormous role in terms of electing politicians and in Washington in determining what legislation gets seen and not seen.
But it's not just single billionaires, it's companies, lobbyists.
You got it. Let me give you one example. Lobbyists. We pay in the United States by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. This is an issue I've been working on. There's some success. Take a wild and crazy guess. How many lobbyists are there for the drug companies in Washington, D.C.?
Over 1,000.
There are 100 members in the Senate, 435 members of the House, 535 members of Congress. There are 1,800 well-paid lobbyists representing the drug companies, including former leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party. That is why, one of the reasons why, we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Military-industrial complex. You got a revolving door. People go from the military into the General Dynamics, into Lockheed Martin and the other large companies. And what we see there is an institution in the Pentagon. We spend $1 trillion a year on the Pentagon. It is the only federal agency that is not able to submit to an independent audit. So if you think there's a massive fraud and waste and cost overruns in the Pentagon, you'll be sorely mistaken.
Do you think most politicians are corrupt in accepting the money, or is the system corrupt, or is it a bit of both?
If the corrupt means that, hey, here's $10,000, vote this way, it doesn't work like that. Very, very occasionally. Very, very, that's corruption. What happens is that if you are in a campaign, and right now the amount of money that people have to raise, you're running for Senate in Ohio, you're talking about $50, $60 million. Where the hell are you going to get that money? It's not going to be $10 donations. You're going to be surrounding yourself with people who have money, $5,000 plate dinners, etc. So you surround yourself with those people who say, oh, these are the problems, this is what I need, I need a tax break for billionaires, blah, blah, blah. So you live in that world. They are your financial support. They are essentially your political base. So you're very cognizant of what you do in terms of not upsetting them. So it's not corruption in the sense of people taking envelopes with huge amounts of money to vote a certain way. That very, very rarely, if ever, happens. It is the power of big money to make politicians on those posts. And that's why, when I ran for president, what I'm probably maybe most proud of is the fact that we received millions and millions of campaign contributions, averaging $27 a piece in 2016.
Have companies, lobbyists ever tried to buy you, try to influence you?
We don't welcome them into our office. I do deal with these guys, but it's usually on a confrontation, so they don't come into my office very often, talking to their clients.
So how do we fix the system? How do we get money out of politics?
This is not, like many other issues, you don't have to reinvent the wheel here. It exists in other countries. If you go to, every country has their own election system, but nobody has a system where billionaires can spend unlimited sums of money through super PACs to elect the candidates that they choose. So, first thing you got to do, one of the things, Lex, I found that the more important the issue, the less discussion there is. The less important the issue, the more discussion there is. A number of years ago, the United States Supreme Court, in one of its more pathetic decisions, asked the Citizens United decision. The Citizens United decision said, if you're a multi-billionaire, you want the freedom, you're a free person in a free country, you want the freedom to buy the government. And how terrible it would be to deny you the freedom to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a campaign to elect the candidates. And they said that's your freedom, and that's what Citizens United is about. We've got to end that. And in my view, we move to public funding of elections. That means you want to run for governor, you want to run for Senate, show that you have some support, get $5 contributions from X number of people to show you're not a flake. You have some support, and government will pay a certain amount more, and there will be a limited amount of money that can be spent. So it will be a real, you can run against me, and I'm not going to outspend you 10 to 1. That's what we should be moving toward.
How do we make that happen? There's so much money in the system, and the politicians owe to the people who paid for their election. Does it have to come from the very top, essentially, sort of a really strong, populist president?
So you raised exactly the question. If I am getting a huge amount of money from billionaires, you think I'm going to go out and I think billionaires should not be involved in buying elections. I doubt that. So what you're going to need, and you tell me if I see something that I pay attention. You don't hear either of the major candidates talking about the issue.
I think what happens is when an individual politician speaks out about it, they get punished. But I think it's a popular idea. So if a lot of them speak out, that's why it came from the top. The president was using a very large platform to basically speak out. It provides a safety blanket for the other politicians to get it all out of the system. But there has to be kind of a mass movement.
Yes,
of it.
I mean, and every place like that, I always speak. And it always, people understand. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're progressive, you're conservative. Who really believes that we are a democracy when billionaires can spend tens and tens of millions of dollars to buy elections? So it is a very popular issue. It's important. You're right. We need political leaders to be speaking out on it. But we need a grassroots movement to say, if somebody is at a town meeting, you're running for the Senate, you're running for the House, what's your view on Citizens United? Are you looking at the total return decision and move to public funding for extraordinarily important?
So many of your policy proposals are quite radical.
No, they're not. I beg to differ.
Okay, great. Well, they're popular. So what I mean is, relative to the way other politicians speak, it's usually a little bit more moderate. So from everything you've learned from politics, is it better to go sort of radical, maybe we can come up with a different word, versus a more moderate, safe, ambiguous kind of policy?
Okay, let's talk about it. Fair enough. We talked about one issue, very important, money involved.
Money, yes.
Getting money out, big money out of politics. Do you think that's a radical idea?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a popular idea. It's an idea that makes sense. But in order to implement it and actually make it happen, it requires, to flip the system upside down, right? In that sense, it's radical.
In that sense, it's radical. But if you go to walk down the street here and you say, do you think billionaires should be able to spend as much money as they want to buy politicians? I would say 9 out of 10 people say that's crazy. That's not what Americans supposed to be about. So in that sense, it's certainly not radical. Talk about healthcare. Go out on the street, do it. Do a poll. I've done it. Is healthcare a human right? Should every American be able to go to a doctor when they need, regardless of the reason? You know what people say? I'd say about 85, 90% of people say, of course. The idea that healthcare is a human right available to all exists in every major country on earth except the United States. So you're here in Burlington, right? You got a car, go 50 miles north to Canada. Walk as a Canadian, you walk into Canada and ask people, when you go to the hospital, how much does it cost you? Which kind of bill? And they say, what are you talking about? Doesn't cost us anything. Doesn't cost us anything. That's the case in virtually every country in Europe. So the idea that healthcare should be available to all, that there should be no out-of-pocket expense because it's a human right, is widespread around the world, very much agreed to in this country. Bottom line is that because of our corrupt political system, we have a healthcare system designed not to provide healthcare to all people, to make huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies, and that is what's happening. And we got to change that system. So I'm a strong advocate for that. Led the advocates on Medicare for all.
Okay, let's talk about Medicare for all. If you could snap your fingers today and implement the best possible healthcare system for the United States of America, what would that look like?
Well, we have a pretty good system. Not great, but a pretty good system for Medicare. So it's there for the elderly. Lyndon Johnson passed that in the 1960s. Huge step forward. It has been chopped away by private insurance companies through Medicare Advantage. But if you strengthen Medicare and you do away with kind of deductibles that seniors now have to pay, you do away with other stuff. And you say basically, right now, you're a senior in America. Go to any doctor you want. When you're in the hospital, Medicare will pay the entire bill. If you expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision, which it doesn't now cover, you do all of those things. And then the next thing you do is say, okay, to be eligible for Medicare, now you have to be 65. First year, we're going to lower it to 55. Then we'll lower it to 45. Then we'll lower it to 35. Then we'll have everybody in the system. So I think in a 4 or 5 year period, you can strengthen Medicare and have everybody in the system. And when you do that, this is not just me talking. A number of studies have pointed this out. When you take the profit motive out of it, and the insurance companies and the drug companies, you can end up providing quality care to all people. No more spending money. Because right now, we are spending twice as much for personal health care as the people of any other nation. Incredibly wasteful system.
So the way to pay for the system is to increase taxes. But you're saying if you cut that cost and increase the taxes, you're saying it's going to
Here's the stuff. I've gotten my share of 30-second ads attacking me on this. Bernie Sanders wants to raise your taxes on healthcare. It's true, in a progressive way. But right now, you have health insurance? Okay. Somebody's paying for your health insurance. It depends. If you are working, most people get their health insurance through their jobs. Okay? So if you're working for a large company, your employer is paying your health insurance. And by the way, that comes out of your wages. Healthcare costs in America are very high, and your employer will tell you honestly, look, I can't give you more than a 3% wage increase because I got a 10% increase in your healthcare costs. You want that? Or if you're a union negotiating, you know what they'll say? Hey, you want decent wages? We'll have to cut back on your healthcare. That's what every union has to deal with, every negotiating session. So we're paying for it through employers out of pocket. We pay for it through Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Administration, etc. What I am proposing is really not radical. It exists in Canada and other countries. It is publicly funded, like the police departments and like libraries are, like public education. It's publicly funded in a progressive way. So right now, rather than paying out of your own pocket, if you are a family, let's just say you're self-employed right now, and you are, you have a couple of kids and a wife, it could cost you $15,000, $20,000 a year in insurance costs. Well, that's all eliminated. Will you have to pay more in taxes? Of course you will. Maybe it depends on your income level, but it could be that you pay $12,000 more in taxes, but not $20,000 more premiums, co-payments, and deductibles. You save money. So it's paying taxes rather than paying money to the insurance company. You got a better deal through the taxes.
So the most painful thing in today's system is these surprise bills, the number one cause of bankruptcy, and the psychological pain that comes from that, just worrying, stressed, in debt.
You got it.
And just basically afraid constantly of getting sick because you don't know if insurance is going to cover it. And if you're not insured, you don't know how much it's going to cost. So you're not going to go to the hospital even if there's something wrong with you, if there's pain and all that kind of stuff. You just live in a state of fear, psychological fear. That's the number one problem. It's just not just financial, it's psychological.
Good. And I think you said it very well. I'm chairman of the committee that deals with this stuff, so I talk to a lot of doctors. And doctors in Vermont and all over this country tell me that they are astounded. People walk into their offices much sicker than they should have been. And the doctor said, "Why didn't you come here 6 months ago when you first, felt your symptoms?" And they said, "Well, I have a high deductible of $10,000. That's why I don't have any money to pay. I'm uninsured." Some of those people don't make it. Other people, and this is what is totally crazy, they end up in the hospital at huge expense to the system rather than getting the care they need when they need it. So that is how. I'll give you another example. We pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. 1 out of 4 Americans can't afford the drugs that doctors prescribe. So you walk to the doctor's office, they say, "Okay, let's you got this, that, the other thing. Here's a prescription." You can't afford to fill it. What happens? You get sick. You end up in the emergency room, which is an extremely expensive proposition. You end up in the hospital. Rather than dealing with the problem when it occurs. And it's not, I mentioned earlier how we don't talk about some of the major issues. The estimate is 60,000 people in America die every single year unnecessarily because they can't get to a doctor when they need it because of financial reasons. And when you're even crazier, 1 out of 4 people who get cancer treatment in this country either go bankrupt or deplete their financial resources. So your point is right. If somebody diagnoses you with cancer, you're scared to death. You're worried about how you could live, you could die, what's going to happen. But then on top of that, you got to worry about whether your family goes back. How insane and cruel is that? So to me, I think healthcare is what unites us all. Everybody has family that get sick. We'll get born, we'll die, we all want care. And we all have got to come together to create a system that works for all of us, not just the drug companies or the insurance companies.
There's just so many stories. Not even the horrific stories, just countless horrific stories, but just basic stories of cost. Like my friend, Dr. Peter Attia, has this story where he happens to be wealthy, so he can afford it. He had to take his son to the emergency room, and the son was dehydrated, and the bill was $6,000. They just did a basic test and gave him an IV, basic thing. And he has really good insurance, and insurance covered $4,000 of this. So he had to, at the end, pay $2,000 for a basic emergency room visit. And there's a lot of families for whom that one visit, such a simple thing, would be just financially devastating.
And you know what? People know that. You know what they say? Say, "I don't feel well today. Something's wrong. I ain't going to go to that emergency room because I don't want $6,000 bill." What happens? You have insurance. They pay 2/3 of it, right?
Yes.
So what happens if you didn't? What happens if you didn't have money? You'd be hounded by book collectors for the rest of the time. So it is a disgusting system. It is an inhumane system. But the insurance companies and the drug companies are very powerful. They make a lot of campaign contributions, have a lot of lobbyists, and we all work hard. But I think the American people want fundamental changes.
So that's another good example, a really popular idea that is not implemented because the money goes.
That's wonderful. And I'll tell you that. Not only is it not implemented because of money, it's not even discussed. Right, so I'm saying here, no one disputes it. We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare, right? And yet 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and our life expectancy is lower than virtually every other major country. Do you think that might be an issue that we be discussing?
Again, if a single politician discusses it, they get punished for it. So there needs to be a mass movement, and probably, from my perspective, it has to come from the very top. It has to come from the president. And the president has to be a populist president where they don't care about the parties with the rich people. They just speak out because they know it's a popular message and they know it's the right thing. Speaking of that, you had a historic campaign run for president in 2016. And in the eyes of many people, mine included, you were screwed over by the DNC, as especially the WikiLeaks emails showed. What's your, just looking back, feelings about that? Are you angry? Are you upset?
Yeah, of course I'm angry. Of course I'm upset. But, when you take on, in this case, the Democratic establishment, who have controlled that party forever, when you didn't trust the Democratic Party, you're taking on corporate America, you're taking on the corporate media. And when you're calling for a political revolution that creates a government forceful and not just a few, the opposition is going to be extraordinary. But what I am extremely proud of from that campaign 2020 as well is that we took on the anointed candidate of the establishment. And we showed, despite the fact the entire establishment, I had in the Senate, I had one support. There were 50 Democrats. I had one support. I had no governor supporting them. Maybe a few people in the House. But we took on the whole political establishment, and we did, got millions of votes. And the ideas that we brought forth were ideas that we had to potentially deal with one way or another. If you look at the American Rescue Plan, which I'm proud that helped fight during the midst of COVID, a lot of the ideas that we fought for in that bill, and I want to make them obviously permanent.
And you almost won. And a lot of people thought that you would win against Donald Trump.
I think we would. I think Trump is I think he's a little bit crazy between you and me, but he is a smart politician. And he's appealing to a lot of the anger that working class people feel. And you know what? Working class people should feel anger, but they should make sure that their anger is directed in the right direction, not against people who are worse off than them, which is what Democrats like Trump always do. So, I think we had, as I went around the country, then we have a lot of support from working class people who understand there is something wrong. And this is an incredible fact that no one thinks about. All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Are you ready for this, Lex? So, here we go. Over the last 50 years, there's been a massive increase in worker productivity as a result of technology, right? Everyone agrees with it. And I don't know exactly what it is. But the worker today is producing a lot more than the worker 50 years ago doing something similar. Is the worker today in real inflation accounted for dollars making more money than that worker 50 years ago?
Well, there's a lot of close arguments there, but your point is well taken that it's either the same or a little bit higher or a little bit lower, depending on the statistics. It has not increased significantly, and the wealth inequality has increased significantly.
So you would think that if a worker is producing a lot more, that worker would be better off working lesser hours, etc. That hasn't been the case. And what has happened in that 50 years is, according to the Rand Corporation, there has been a 50 trillion redistribution of wealth in the bottom 90% of the top 1%. You got CEOs making 300 times more than the workers. You got 3 people on top owning more wealth on behalf of American society. So that's why people are angry. And they're worried that they can't overstay everything in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. So there's a lot of anger out there, and I think we have some of that anger in a constructive way. Essentially saying, you know what? We don't need so few that have so much wealth and power. Let's distribute it more fairly.
I got to get back to 2016 because it's such a historic moment. So there's a lot of fans of yours that wanted you to keep fighting because you forgave in the end the establishment and joined the support. And your fans wanted you to keep fighting for a takeover, progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. If you just look back and had to do it all over again, what would you do different?
Well, why would you try to take over the Democratic Party? We did try. We ran, Keith Ellison. Keith is now the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. He's done a great job. One of the outstanding attorneys general in the country. And Keith was that American country. And we ran to become the head of the DNC and the establishment for the President of the United States on that crazy. And they beat him by a few votes. So it's, look, you face, that's the exact same position that many of us are in right today. So people say, well, why did you support Hillary Clinton? What's people trying to say? Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is an extremely dangerous person trying to run American democracy. So I can't see why. Hillary Clinton obviously is very, very different in mine. But that in that moment, that's where politics becomes really tricky. And it ain't easy. And sometimes you have to do things that you're not really all that excited about.
But I think it was right to try to do what I could to prevent Trump from getting elected. And in 2020, I did the same with Biden. We had more support.
Well, there's this interesting story about a long time coming meeting between you and Obama in 2018, I believe. So Ari Ravenhout, who was a former deputy campaign manager, wrote a great book, I would say, about you called The Fighting Soul on the Road to Bernie Sanders. And he tells us many great stories, but one of them is your meeting with Obama. And he says that Obama told you, Bernie, I wish I could do a good Obama impression. Bernie, you're an Old Testament prophet, moral voice for our party, giving us guidance. Here's the thing, though. Prophets don't get to be king. Kings have to make choices, prophets don't. Are you willing to make those choices? Basically, Obama's making the case that you have to sort of moderate your approach in order to win. So was Obama right?
Look, and again, that's why politics is very, very fascinating. Sometimes you can run and lose and really win if your goal is not just individual power to transform society. One of my heroes, you mentioned Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who is one of my heroes. Another one of my heroes is Eugene Victor Debs. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
For many reasons, yes.
All right. Debs, many listeners may not know who Debs was. Debs was a union organizer in the early 1900s, helped form the American Railway Union, ran for president 5 times, ran the last time while he was in a jail cell because of his opposition to World War I, got out of the base doing that. Debs lost badly in every race that he ran. 1932, Franklin Delano Roosevelt ran for president, and much of what Roosevelt ended up doing was at least some of what Debs had. Debs helped lay the groundwork for ideas. So sometimes you can lose and win if you're into transforming society. What my view is, where I disagree with Obama, is I think you have got to raise consciousness among ordinary people. And when people know what's going on and are prepared and organized way to fight to change, they can make incredible changes. And we've seen that in recent years. Today we take for granted that we're running for president of the United States on this point. We've had other women running for president. We had women governors and senators. Not so many years ago in the United States Senate, there were 98 men, 2 women. Right? Even before that, 1920 was when women got the right to vote. How did that change? How did women's role in society change? It changed because women and male allies stood up and said, gay rights. Old enough to remember that anybody I knew was gay. You think they would talk about it? Come out about it? No, they wouldn't. That's changed. We have seen, in terms of civil rights, change happens with people at the grassroots level. And we go to that a moment ago. We will get universal Medicare for all when millions of people maybe feel that's what we want. So I believe politics starts at the grassroots level, and that's how you got to bring about change.
So just to go back to Obama, in many ways, he too is a singular historic figure in American politics who has brought about a lot of change. He's a symbol, I think, that you'll remember for a long time. What do you admire most about him?
I know best friends, know him well, and each other once in a while. First of all, don't underestimate what it was in 2008 to be the first black president in the history of this country. And I think few would deny that he's an extraordinarily intelligent guy, very, very articulate, one of the best speakers there is in America. And that he and his family, and again, it's a lot harder than it looks. He and his family, for 8 years, his wife Michelle and his kids, really held that office in a way that earned, I think, the respect of the emerging people. So he deserves it. And again, don't underestimate. I think years ago there were people who said a black president in our lifetimes is never going to happen, can't happen. Too racist. He did it, and that is a huge accomplishment. And I think he has had significant achievements. in his presidential tenure. He and I did disagree on a number of issues. I think he would tell you, I think his public stance is that, yeah, if you have to start all over again, do Medicare for all, single payer, but where we are right now, the best they could do is be affordable care. But we disagree on that. And we disagree on other things. But, you know, I think he deserves an enormous amount of credit for what he has accomplished.
And he, like you, also gave a damn good speech opposing the Iraq War before running for president. And that takes courage.
Yes, it does.
But then it also shows that once you get into office, it's not so easy to oppose or to work against the military-industrial complex.
It is very hard, and people do not fully appreciate how powerful the establishment is, whether it is the healthcare industry, whether it's the military-industrial complex, whether it's the fossil fuel industry. These people have unlimited amounts of money. They're very smart lobbyists in Washington, D.C., and they're very, very greedy people. They want to.
I have to ask you about capitalism, the pros and cons. So you wrote a book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. That is a thorough, rigorous criticism of, I would say, hyper-capitalism.
Yes.
A certain kind of capitalism that you argue that we are existing today in the United States. But a lot of people would attribute to capitalism all the amazing technological innovations over the past 70 plus years that have contributed to increase in quality of life, in GDP, in decrease in poverty, decrease in infant mortality, increase in expected life expectancy. So what are the sort of, how do you see the tension, the pros of capitalism and the cons of capitalism?
You know, some of my European friends, they say, you know, Bernie, the United States seems to be very radical. If you were here, you know, France or Denmark or someplace, you'd be kind of mainstream left guy, not all that radical. So this is what I think. I mean, I think the best that we can do right now, where we are, is to create a society with institutions. It encourages innovation, but at the same time, it makes sure that all people in a wealthy nation have a decent standard of living. In some countries, if you look at Scandinavia, it shocks people because we don't talk about this at all. So in Scandinavia, in the case in Denmark, Norway, for years, that people have healthcare. That's not big. You end up in the hospital, so what? You don't pay a bill. You have, and this shocks people. In America right now, we have people who get 1 week, 2 weeks off paid vacation. Sometimes we get nothing. There are people out there that have vacation. You know, in Germany, you get 6 weeks paid vacation and other holidays. People are shocked. In America, we don't have paid family and medical leave. The only major country not to do it. You know, other countries, you know, your wife gets sick, you stay home with her. Your kids get sick, not a big deal. You get a certain amount of paid family and medical leave. Cost of prescription drugs are far more important. So what you want to do is create what's called a social safety net. That means I don't care what your income is. Of course, you're going to have health care is right. Of course, you're going to have housing that is affordable. Of course, your kids are going to have great quality education, child care, university, without much cost. You know, every country has a little bit different. But there are countries in the world right now, like in Germany, I think the college is tuition free, as I recall. For obvious reasons, they want to have the best educated workforce they can. So, in terms of government playing a role in a civilized democratic society of providing all basic needs, healthcare, education, housing, retirement, yes, that is what we've got to do. Now, does that mean that the government is going to run every mom and pop store? Of course not. You want innovation. If you want to go out and start a business, produce a product, good luck, make money. But on the other hand, in terms of even making money, we want you to be able to come up with good products, good services. But do I think you should end up with $100 billion? I don't. And you know what? I did an interview with Bill Gates, who is, I think, the third wealthiest guy in the country, struggling behind Musk and Bezos. And he's only worth 100+ billion, but he gets money. And I said to him, Bill, he was supposed to ask me questions. I asked him, Bill, tell me something. You're an innovator. Did you know that you become a multi-millionaire and you got motivated? You have the motivation. And he said, no. And I believe he was honest. I love doing it. I love programming. He was a kid. He started doing it. He loved it. He was motivated. Do you think that there are scientists out there who working day and night trying to develop drugs to deal with Alzheimer's and cancer, that they're motivated? Oh, if I come up with this drug, I'm going to do it. So I think we want to reward success. Fine. But you don't need a good success. We want people to get satisfaction from what they accomplish, the work they're doing, whether it's cleaning the street or developing a new store. So I think we have gone a little bit too far. And you're right, talking about the book was an attack on, I called it hyper-capitalism or uber-capitalism. But right now, this is not an American issue, this is a global issue. It's not an accident that Musk is over there in Saudi Arabia talking to the trillionaire families in the Middle East. These guys are his friends. You got probably not more than 5,000 extraordinarily wealthy families who have unbelievable over 7 billion people on this planet.
Well, Elon Musk is actually an interesting case because he's investing all the money back into the businesses. So I think there is a balance to be struck. We just spoke to it, which is we can still celebrate even big companies that are bringing wealth to the world, that are building cool stuff, that are improving quality of life. But we can question why is it that the working class doesn't have a living wage in many cases, and sort of trying to find that balance.
That's right. That is for sure. I am no great fan of Elon Musk, especially for all the respect right now. But is he a brilliant guy? Of course he is. Does he work like a dog? Of course he does. Does he come up with these incredible innovations and companies? Yes, he does. Does he incredible? But, even in terms of encouraging innovation, I would hope that we are focusing on the important issues. I would love to see great innovators figure out how we build the affordable housing, come up with the great drugs that we need to solve many of the terrible illnesses that plague people. Climate change, for God's sakes. All right, do we need innovation? We're making some progress in this country. Should we do more? What kind of technologies out there can really cut back on carbon emissions? So, I hope we focus on some of these issues that impact humanity. But, reward innovation, I don't know, but I do have a problem when 3 people end up having more wealth than half of American society.
Maybe you can briefly speak to something you tweeted recently about Donald Trump going to McDonald's and the minimum wage, I believe, of $7.50. Can you just speak to that tweet?
Look, nothing that Trump didn't invent. It's called a photograph. You've got 1 or 2 like it. So you go to a place, what's their name? Good old Donald Trump, just another McDonald's word. But anyhow, he was sublime. He did his job well. Kamala Harris was in North Carolina handing out food to people who were victims of the hurricane. That's what the politicians do. But some reporter asked him, they said, Mr. Trump, are you for raising the minimum wage? And that was a fair question because you got, I don't know, but many, many thousands of McDonald's workers and millions of other American workers right now are trying to get by $9, $10, $11 an hour. Federal minimum wage is $7.25. You have people working at McDonald's right now for sure. Who are working at $12, $13 an hour. So the reporter said, what do you think about raising the minimum wage? And he's, these are great workers, I love McDonald's. He didn't answer the question. Well, I think that in the richest country in the history of the world, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living healthy. That means we should have the federal minimum wage, not absurdly $7.25, but in my view, $17. Will that solve all the problems for working class people? No, it won't. It'll help.
Since running for president, you've often been attacked, especially from the right, about being worth, I believe, $2 million, owning 3 houses. So from my perspective, the answer to that is most of your wealth has been earned from writing books and selling those books. And you are one of the most famous politicians in the world. And so your wealth and context in comparison to other people of that fame level and other politicians is actually quite modest. So what's your response usually to those attacks?
Do I own 3 residences? Yeah, I live here for probably with middle class neighborhood. Uh, guess what? I'm a United States Senator, and I own a home in Washington, D.C., as do most senators. You know, you live there year after year. When I first went to, actually, when I was in Congress for 16 years, I rented a home. But I got elected. Okay, I got a 6-year term. You know what? So we bought a house. And guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I had a summer camp, a nice one, on Lake Champlain. That's it. Now, how did I get the money? I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism. It was New York Times bestseller for a while. And also another book this year. That's that I make $175,000 a year, and that's more or less how I became a billionaire.
I should also mention that sometimes the word mansion is used. I think your residences are quite modest.
They're not middle class house.
So when you started in politics, I read you were worth $1,100.
That much?
Yeah, that much was right. Has the increase in wealth changed your ability to relate to the working class?
Well, that's a good question. Obviously, growing up in a working class family has been maybe the most singularly significant aspect of my politics. It's, you know, I grew up without money in a family that lived in a rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. So that has impacted me. I'll tell you, I don't really get down to that money. I drive a car that's like 10 years old. That's an old car. The money is my jewelry. It's a solar watch. My wedding ring is about it. A Rolex watch. Not be interested in it. But I'll tell you what has impacted. My wife, who also grew up in a working class family, will say the same. We don't worry. You raise that issue. You know, if we have to go to the doctor, if our kids have to go to the doctor, we go to the doctor. I don't spare time this morning. I used to, there's a time I have to worry about how to pay my electric bill. I don't worry about it anymore. So what has happened, that stress, that economic stress, not worrying about a financial disaster, that's gone. And that is enormous. I, maybe as much or more than any other member of the Senate, work hard, not only for, but with working class people and family communities, labor issues. We have been involved probably in dozens of strikes all over this country. I think times. So, I do my best. It's a very easy trap to fall into. You can get separated from ordinary people and their struggles. Not all I do. I try as much as I can.
So sometimes people say, can money buy happiness? I think I agree with you. That worry, sort of being able to fill up your car and not worry about how much it's going to cost, or be able to get food for dinner and not worry about how much it's going to cost. Or even, I've been I'm poor most of my life, but I've been very fortunate recently to have enough wealth to not worry about healthcare, to have insurance, and be able to afford an emergency room visit. And that worry is just such a giant lift off your shoulders.
That's the thing. I remember even, and I saw this change myself. When I used to go out, I do the grocery shop. My wife does all the cooking. I do the grocery shop. I look at the prices and everything. I do that less now. And I said, help us a lot. It costs 50 cents more for this can of stuff. So on. Because that's a luxury you have when you don't have to worry about it. And I know. But your point is, again, to me, I don't like big fancy cars, big fancy homes. Don't go on. My wife would tell you we've not been on a real vacation. God knows how long. I work pretty hard. But major about having money, which is enormously important, it's just what it is. I don't have to worry. If somebody in my family gets sick, I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about putting food on the table. Okay, so that's what money is.
Okay, let me ask you about the future of the Democratic Party. So one of the biggest impacts you've had is you've been the fuel, the catalyst for the increase of the progressive caucus, the progressive movement within the Democratic Party. Do you think that is the future? The progressives, even democratic socialist leaders will take over the party?
That is the most important question regarding, to my mind, in politics. One of the successes that we've had, and I'm proud to have played a role in this, is that if you go to the House of Representatives right now, you will see almost 100 members of the Progressive Caucus, led very well by a woman from Washington, rabbi rothschild, does a great job. It's people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, and many others. Many of them are young, often women, people of color, and many of them come from working class backgrounds. So what we have been able to do in recent years elect a number of strong progressives who represent working families very, very effectively. The struggle in the Democratic Party is between the corporate wing and the press. And the corporate wing takes a whole lot of money, sees its salvation in getting a whole lot of money from healthy individuals, large corporations, and is not very vigorous, in my view, in representing the needs of working class. If they were, we would have health care for all. We would have a minimum wage that was a living wage. We would not have a housing crisis. We would not have a tax system in which billionaires pay an effective tax rate that is lower than a truck driver or nurse. So I think one of the reasons that Trump has had political success is it's not so much his ideas. Most working class people don't think we should give tax breaks to billionaires or worry about the size of Arnold Palmer's genitalia. But they are angry. People are angry. And Democrats have not responded effectively to that. So the struggle that we are waging right now is the future of the Democratic Party will be a party of the working class and represent working class issues, whether you're black or white or Asian or whatever it may be.
What the fuck was that comment?
That's the struggle we're in.
Did you consider running 2024? From my perspective, I would have loved it if you ran. I think you would have had a great chance of winning not just the primary, but the presidency.
I gave it about 5 years. And the reason was we have a slogan for progressive voice. It's not about me, it's about us. And, that taken on by who, in my view, on domestic issues has been quite strong. Would have really split the Democratic Party and laid the groundwork for Trump. And that I so sometimes in life, and I never do a lot of people you got to make choices. So I strongly support because I like this domestic work in sensitive against a lot of opposition. And I'm supporting Trump right now. But I'm doing my best to see that Trump.
And the hope for you was that there's future candidates, populist, progressive. Let me ask you about AFC to become one of the most influential voices for the progressive cause in the United States. You do have great conversation on your podcast and in general. So what's your most impressive about?
I really like it. She is a young woman, comes from a working class background. She helped them multiple houses. She was a mom in the Bronx. Not very proud that that president inspired her all. And she ran on a progressive working class program. And she took on multiple guys, a guy named Joe Crowley, who was pretty high up in the Democratic Party. And she knocked on doors, no money. She did a really strong grassroots. And I appreciate it. So that's what what she stands for. She's incredibly smart. And she has that certain charisma that, maybe you want to see a couple of years ago, she came up with rabbi came up. And I grew up, people came to her and they said, oh, Congresswoman, and she just smiled. She had an approach to people which was beautiful. And it wasn't so deep. But to be a politician, you can be very intellectual, but you can't relate. She relates well. And so I think both from the personality perspective, from an ideological perspective, she helped create the Green New Deal concept. We need to create jobs, transform our energy system away from fossil fuels, strong advocacy, Medicare for all workers' rights. So I'm a big fan.
What do you think is the most powerful, enduring impact it's had on American politics? Looking back, been in it quite a bit.
But, singular answer. You know, as mayor of this, what we accomplished here. Proud of my accomplishments as the U.S. Senator. When COVID was devastating this country, we have a massive economic downturn. It's general budget, right? The American Rescue Plan, which put a lot of money in people's pockets. We cut child poverty by 30%, by providing a child tax credit. We kept hospitals going, we kept colleges going, kept people from getting evicted, helped to get public health out of people getting arrested. You know, I'm proud of it. But at the end of the day, what I have shown is that
That's the joke.
this gets back to the early part of this conversation. The ideas that I am
I used to
are
show.
ideas that are widely circulated. You know, so Donald Trump is out where this is far left. You know, it's like some kind of extremist coming up with ideas that nobody's. Everything that I call raising healthcare, a tax system that demands those are all ideas with people. You know, you got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. Maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. They've got to entertain the establishment. They really don't. They want to tell you this is their name. This is how they see it. They say, Lexus, the world is the way it is. It always will be this way. We got the wealth. We got the power. And don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. That they don't say. That's really what people. And what we showed is, you know, running an outside campaign, we took on the establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we talked about are the ideas that working class people, young people believe.
Yeah, you showed that it's possible to win. And that's an idea that will resonate for decades.
And out of that came dozens of people that now in House of Representatives, people on city council, people in state legislature who did win.
So we mentioned about the worry of getting sick, the worry of life that many people in working class are suffering from. But there's also the worry that we all experience of the finiteness of life. Do you ponder your own mortality? Are you afraid of it?
When you're 83, it does come across.
All right.
Yeah, of course. And
are you afraid of it?
I'm not afraid of that. What I am afraid of is infirmity. I have been knock on wood. This is a good idea. We used to be healthy with the exception I had a heart attack. What blew me away was that my body failed the very first time. That was that suddenly I was in the hospital. You know, I have a great deal of compassion for people as we speak who are in nursing homes, having a hard time walking, maybe your mental agility is slipping a little bit. That's tough. That's what it is. We are all dying. That's that. So I'm not afraid of that. That aspect of getting older.
At this horse.
And that does concern me.
That said, your mind is as sharp as any politician that I've ever heard. And also just off mic, I should say that just the warmth that you radiate, and I deeply appreciate that as a human being. You still got it after all that, after all those speeches, after all those houses, after all of it, just still the humility and just the sharpness, the wit is all there. So pretty yeah, like I said, I wish you ran this year, but I also wish there's future candidates.
And there will be. Absolutely. You know, yes, like the idea that wonderful, really wonderful people who are now got involved in the political process, fighting for justice. That's a great thing.
What gives you hope about the future of this country, about the future of the world?
You know, sometimes one can become very cynical. You look at the terrible wars that are going on right now. You look at the business of this country, the ugliness, the poverty. You look at climate change. You know, you get depressed from all of that. But I am lucky in this sense, in that I've had the opportunity. People often have one spudge, how do you call it? And I remember, it actually was in California where the crystallized events were a rally in the agricultural area of California. We did a rally, sunset, thousands of people around. And you looked around the crowd, There were young people, black, white, Latino, Asian, huge cross-section of older people. You all wanted to make America a very much better country. And it really, I see that time, I was just introduction. And you see great people, really beautiful people, who are not interested in coming to the next. They want to provide for other people. So, I am grateful that it sounds like a platitude for us, every politician, but when you go out around the country, you go to Native American reservations, you go to factories, and you see so many people. I have been able to see things that many others have in every state of the country. And
I share their optimism. I share your optimism. Bernie, I've been a fan for a long time. It's a great honor to speak to you today. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much for what you do. Let's just say what you're doing.
Okay, let's go.
Compliments. I think there is a growing dissatisfaction with corporate media. And not because it's fake news as opposed to my that's nonsense. They don't. But I think people want to hear folks talk about it in a calm manner about some of the very important issues which are not discussed in corporate media. That's what you and some others. So I thank you very much for the very important service to the country.
And thank you from a mayor perspective for creating a wonderful town. And I look forward to looking at the fall leaves, walking around. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bernie Sanders. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aristotle. The real difference between democracy and oligarchy is poverty and wealth. Wherever men by reason of their wealth, whether they be few or many, that is an oligarchy. And where the poor rule, that is democracy. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The big question for me in that timeline is why did we do this? And why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, maybe after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization? The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist, author, who for over 30 years explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, the second season of which has just been released, and is focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barnhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar, I love talking to him about it. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines involved. This is a Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Hades, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have near the highest possible level to describe it.
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are told about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans are the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, I don't know, 400,000 years ago to 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred. We carry Neanderthal genes. They were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. Again, interbreeding place. They're obviously a human species, so we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us, and then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are Jebel Hood in Morocco, and date about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? It's one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long? We have creatures who are physically identical to us. We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomical humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 15,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why did it take so long? Why did we wait till after 12,000 years ago, maybe after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture. And by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, around at the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly, already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture. And that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is Viralrabbi, which involves a real contortion of the ankle and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced? 5,000 years ago, what's the background to this? China, the river civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization. And yet, certain ideas being carried down, manifested and expressed in many of these civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Emperor Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that event that we start seeing this, what we take it to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the upper Paleolithic because it's defined the old end of the old Stone Age and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposed to be set in motion to start civilization. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization of the Ice Age. And I am not going to prove that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory. I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas, the civilizations popped up in different places on the globe. There's a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
By coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember, the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up, they build up gradually. First, there's some settlements, and then there's different dynamics how they build up. The role of agriculture in that is also not obvious, but it's just there's a first kind of settlement, a stabilization where the people are living, then they are using agriculture, then they start getting settlers and things.
It seems like everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you see evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s, late 1980s, investigating this issue of the lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underground, which was the most massive, most heavy book I've ever written because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, I spent 7 years scuba diving, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen, local divers, to anomalies that they'd seen. Well, by the time that was finished, I thought actually I'd done this. I walked it. I really don't have much to say about it. I turned in another direction. I wrote a book called Supernatural Meetings with the Ancient Mankind, basically pre-coded visionary, and that was about the level of fundamentally about psychedelics, the evolution of human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the civilization issue. But Göbekli Tepe, Turkey, kept on forcing itself upon me. The more and more discoveries there, 11,600 unit day from Enclosure D, which is the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in. I have to get back in the water. And I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer. But I think it's a game changer for everything. Because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature of, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least 5,500 years older than, say, Gigantea in Malta, which was previously considered to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And this was a huge amount of interest and attention, both from the Turkish government, who see the potential, tourism potential of having the world's oldest megalithic site, and from archaeologists, and this in turn has led to exploration, excavation throughout the region. And what they're finding throughout that whole region around the Göbekli Tepe, and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus, is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling the Tas Tepe civilization, calling it a civilization, the Stone Hills civilization, with very definite identifying characteristics, semi-subterranean circular structures, the use of T-shaped megalithic bridges, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those of Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually midway the end. So it was the summation of everything that Stone Hills civilization had achieved. But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of 11,600 years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground. So we can't say for sure that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far excavated. What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there, something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And this is where these two dates of the Younger Dryas are round the figures off. It begins around 12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, they don't find all the materials, marks the end of the Dryas. The beginning of the Dryas, we're already seeing the stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli Tepe. And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be adopted. The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all anthropologists at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was finished, and it was definitely deliberately finished, closed off, closed down, deliberately covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the maiden. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill, looked a bit like a pot-belly. Can you say how it was discovered? I think this is one of the most fascinating things at the period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered? Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean all the ones want to be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013. Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site for a period of 3 days. He explained to me that they've already used ground-penetrating radar, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of dating Göbekli Tepe. But what we have is a series of almost circular, not quite circular enclosures, which are walled with relatively small stones, and then inside them you have pairs of megalithic pillars, and the architectural part of that site is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright pillars, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I have my memory correct. There's some staunch, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars appear. And the pillars, one of the things that interests the pillars is their alignment. There is work that's being done which suggests that the enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius, and the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was work entirely out foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced and was taking place there. Now you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material from the Paleolithic. And they had found some Paleolithic flints, Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like it was low. But then they noticed sticking out of the sand some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good. Those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. And they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned this and never looked into it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, particularly Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli that they realized they'd found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture has emigrated in Europe and Western Asia begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there. And yet, it was created by gatherers. It was created. There was no agriculture 1,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, I use that word deliberately, it was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate.
So do we have an understanding when this turned into if I could say, a time capsule, so protected by non-direct? Is it around?
It's still roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years, it was there. It continued to be elaborated as a site, and while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture. I'm going to use the word being introduced. It had been no sign before. Suddenly it's there, and to me that's another of the mysteries around the Göbekli Tepe. And then the new way that this is being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there always seems to be a decline. Things fall down again, and then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic, thousands of years, gradual developments until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root. Actually, one of the things, I'll just say this in passing, when I talk about lost civilization, introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology is fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey, and that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who traveled west. The notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists.
And perhaps also state, if we look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explorers. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this. Looking at Homo erectus, 1.9 million years ago, almost right away, they spread out the whole world. And we, Homo sapiens, evolved from it. And we should also mention, since we're talking about controversial debates going on, as I understand the debates, the dynamics of all that was going on there, in Africa, that it's, I think the current understanding we didn't come from one particular point of Africa. There's multiple locations. This is the out of African theory. I think the theory is really strongly influenced. Why? Because we're part of the Great Ape family, and it's an African family. Yeah. There's no doubt that human beings, our deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus and the astonishing distant travels they undertook. Yes, I think there is an edge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an edge to find out what's around the next corner, what's off the brow of the next hill. And I think that goes very deep into human character, and I think it was
being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore, spread, and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop sophisticated societies? That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it did take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which wait to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000 year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around. And they're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas as well as just a history of things, because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I definitely know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for you and me to go around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way? It makes a journey that they're just confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life the person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. This idea, the path of soul, what is called the path of souls, is very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico through to North America, but is also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't think that can be a coincidence. I feel what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's being passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world. And that has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source would explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precessional equinoxes. At least I think that's the best theory to explain them. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and the foundation. Giorgio de Santillana was a professor of history of science, actually at MIT, where you were based back in the 60s. And Ted Foundation was a professor of the history of science at Stanford University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from established opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession. I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held it was the Greeks who discovered the precession. The dating of that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana version pointing out that the knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it. I think I'm quoting it pretty much correctly, to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into
this mystery in the first place. Okay, now the precession of the eclipses, to give it its full name, is results from the fact that our planet is a viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And that is, so if you imagine the extended north pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our it's pointing at the star Polaris, and that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth is an empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, 12 constellations of the zodiac that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces, and it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where, different from archaeology, I think the constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning at the edge of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time when the season was born. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth, backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun, the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 6,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be convention. Some scholars would say it's a bit less than that, a bit more. We can talk in fractions. It's in that area. 25,920 years. And to observe it, you really need more than one lifetime, because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 172 years. Parallel is hold your finger up to the horizon, distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime in a period of 72 years is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient cultures of Sub-Saharan Africa, called some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession and selected key numbers of precession, which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt, nailing him up in a coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rig Veda. 432,000 is a multiple of 72. At Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom, and on that bridge you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki, and what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that is defined in the story of Hamlet's mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 to 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the way that something adaptation. And the fascination is the number system and its discovery all around is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggest to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down, probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, and then was spread out very, very widely. So what is the defining way that you approach the study of human history in contrast with mainstream archaeology? You take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously. I do. As I believe I think it's important to sort of consider what humans thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we watch videos on YouTube, whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars, the sexiest thing to talk about. There's no light. There's no light pollution. So you're spending every single night, you're spending with the stars. And you can imagine sort of status value to be the guy very good at studying the stars. Yeah. And sort of the scientists of today, I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge. They're able to do two things. One, tell stories of gods and river based on the stars. And then also to probably talk about use the stars practically for navigation, for example. Oh yeah. And so like it makes sense that the stars primal importance for the ideas of the times, for status, for religious exploration. It was an ever-present reality, yes, and it was bright, it was pretty, and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming business, and that's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process, the process of precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each sign of the zodiac. I think it would be hard for the ancients to miss that. They might not identify the constellations in exactly the same way today. That may well be a Babylonian Greek convention, but the constellations there, I think, was very clear that there were special constellations, unlike others higher up in the sky, which were not on the plane of the sun, that people paid attention to. Well, but the text that's how they graph is hard, because especially they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything is words. Well, they have. Let's not underestimate oral traditions. Oral traditions, that's something we've lost in our culture today. It's one of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god of wisdom. He's very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift he says to mythical pharaoh. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity. Writing is a wonderful thing. It will enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in the story replies to him, "No, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed beyond memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice, but to set them into context." And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information from very long periods of time. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories. Yeah. We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle, and as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. I do think this is part of the story of preservation. So that's one of the reasons that you take myths, serious. I take them very seriously. And the other many reasons, but I come being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global capitalism within humanity. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many capitalisms in the past, going back millions of years. And the best known one, of course, is the PG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad. But a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swarming of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent capital for this worldwide tradition of a global capitalism, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence plans that had previously been above water underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanation is, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anyone in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's, but that's the argument largely in archaeology dealing with flood myths, so that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event, and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not disputing about that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the bigger form of the ice age. So there's Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period that resulted in such rapid environmental change. So can you explain this hypothesis? Yes. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it up. It's the work of 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. And they are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas, and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs, Arizona, for example. You can see it's about a bit now, and there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding for some time, and that draw has revealed the size of the draw. And you can see the cross section, and in the cross section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the earth, and it contains evidence of wildfires that have soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz in it. There is quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Arthurs, who made that incredible discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Dryas. There was no crater, and for a long time they would disbelieve because there could produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, but they weren't relying on the crater, they were relying on the impact proxies, and they're the same proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary all around. So it's the fact that at the moment the Earth is in a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. We've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly, around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global change in global temperatures. and the world gets as cold as it was at the peak of the ice age. And it's almost it's very, very, very rapid. Normally, in an epoch when the Earth is coming into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise. But there is something right at the edge. And then you have this long frozen period, 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then, equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end. The world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last glaciers collapsed into the sea, called meltwater pulse 1P, around about 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period where we know that populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record. During the time when mammoths and tigers vanished from the record as well. So very good happens in like what explains this huge temperature and rise in temperature. The abrupt cessation of the global meridian returning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main thing up to now, and I don't dispute that period, is that the southern freeze, as we call it, was called basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet. So no wonder it became cold. But what really before, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went and so much so cold that actually stopped the stream in its tracks. And that's where the Younger Dryas offers a very elegant, very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists they assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas event or events was what we now know as the meteor stream, which the Earth passes through this year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it. It passes through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the torrid meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system around 20,000 years ago, came in from a water cloud, got trapped with the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun and orbited across the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider and wider. And near the end, 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the torrid meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all the way to the planet, certainly from the west of America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large talking about impacts that we've got treated, although that's we're talking about air.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on?
100 or 150 years in diameter.
I'm well, thank you. I'm just working on programming some robots. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I thought I'd stop by. Somebody said come to the VC, and then I joined. And then I thought I'd ask what are you doing?
Excellent. I'm just chilling, my friend. Just feel free to listen to the podcast to which we're listening if you want. They are talking. It's Graham Hancock. He's talking about ancient history. So if you want to listen, feel free. Okay.
Sure.
Excellent.
Did you celebrate the New Year's Eve, or were you in the chat?
It was a friend of mine's birthday, So we enjoyed the day with that person, and we did a countdown, and then we slept a lot the next day.
Did you stream it?
Oh, fuck yeah, I streamed it.
Okay, that's crazy. Nice.
Dog, I've been live 24/7 streaming for more than 3.5 years.
I thought sometimes you would make exceptions.
Nope, all day, every day, baby.
Wow, that's impressive. It's really impressive.
Thanks, big dog. Well, feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, I know a YouTube channel. It's also about ancient civilizations and ancient history, and it's really good. It just shows you geological sites and explains the findings.
Yeah.
And if you're interested in that topic, it's a good channel that you can check out.
Do you have Discord?
Yeah, I'm in your Discord channel.
Excellent. Feel free to listen there if you want, if that's interesting to you. And yeah, then you can see the video if you want.
Yeah, but can we also post things in the Discord?
Can you what?
Can the other members also post things in the Discord channel?
Can what other members?
You that can post stuff.
Who are you saying?
Wait a minute. I'm talking to the other guy now. So yeah, well, I wanted to show you the YouTube channel, but I don't know. I wanted to ask if I can share it in the Discord. So
Yeah, come to the Discord and send it to me in a message, and I'll take a look at it.
okay, cool.
Excellent. We'll see you in there.
And it's coming in very fast into the Earth atmosphere. It is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. This example of that is the first event in Siberia, which took place in 1998. The disputes is definitely and the date is interesting because the 30th is the actual well, luckily, Siberia but 2000 first. That would happen. We would all very hard about cosmic impact. So this is the impact all around, coupled with which the scientists working on this thing hit them large. Some of them may also hit resulting in that otherwise that went into the ocean. Caused the place. But this was for all of and it's interesting. One of the sites where they find where they find what's carbon microspheral nanodiamonds, the trinitite and so on and so forth. All of those that was a and it was 800 years ago. And interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings, but it was at that time. It's difficult to obviously very these explosions in the sky and the obliteration of now, this is a theory. The Younger Triassic period is a hypothesis, actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Triassic hypothesis. And of course, and there have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Triassic period hypothesis. One I think was in 2011. It was called a requiem for the Younger Triassic impact hypothesis. There's one just been published a few months ago, a year ago, complete restoration of the something like that. So and even
Welcome. How are you? I'm well, thank you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Sure, just one moment. Un momento, por favor. Spain Spanish or... How are you? I hope you're having a good day.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Espero que tengas un buen día.
That's excellent to hear. Well, here's a little bit about myself. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore.
Es excelente escuchar eso. Bueno, aquí les cuento un poco sobre mí. Soy el rabino Rothschild. Transmito mi vida a las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana, los 365 días del año por la paz mundial. Ya no.
Sí. I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. And when I go viral, I'm going to do my best to be a spokesperson for peace.
Llevo más de 3 años y medio transmitiendo en directo las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana. Tengo más datos en Internet que cualquier otra persona en la historia mundial. Y cuando me vuelva viral, haré todo lo posible por ser un portavoz de la paz. Reservar una.
We talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, vertical farming, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, and cloud seeding.
Hablamos de algunas cosas que normalmente se discuten en la sociedad, como acabar con el hambre en el mundo, mediante el uso de la agricultura, drones, agricultura vertical, invernaderos de agua salada, invernaderos flotantes, hidroponía y siembra de nubes.
Very cool,
Otros
yes.
temas.
See. Other topics that we discuss are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about things like de-extinction, bringing back previously extinct animals back to life. One of the projects should have a woolly mammoth in the next 3 years.
Otros temas que discutimos son los tuyos. No puedo soportar la gravedad, la antimateria alienígena, la revelación de la energía oscura, la materia oscura. Hablamos de cosas como la extinción, el regreso a la vida de animales previamente extintos. Uno de los proyectos debería tener un mamut lanudo. En los próximos 3 años.
Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle through a African elephant surrogate mother, the next project is to reintroduce a Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. These are all the projects of a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded in 2021, known as Colossal Bioscientific.
Tras la reintroducción del mamut lanudo en el círculo polar ártico a través de un elefante africano, una madre sustituta, el próximo proyecto es reintroducir un tigre de Tasmania y luego un pájaro dodo. Todos estos son proyectos de una empresa de Dallas, Texas, fundada en 2021 y conocida como Colossal Bioscientific.
about things like life extension technology. When you were born, your average life expectancy was probably about 80 years old. But I want to oh, whatever the fuck, who gives a shit?
Hablamos de cosas como la tecnología para prolongar la vida. Cuando naciste, tu expectativa de vida promedio era probablemente de unos 80 años, pero quiero aumentarla.
The erosion of the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad, but there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive. which most effectively explains all the evidence. How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilization? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that could have erased most of an advanced civilization during this period? In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required to trigger something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream on a fragmenting comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there. We still pass through it twice a year, is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery. It's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word advanced civilization, this is another word that is easily misunderstood. I've tried to make clear many times that when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that are found all around the world, and are a category of ancient maps called portolanos, which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople, sacked Constantinople. The portolanos suddenly start to appear. They're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much wider areas. For example, on these portolano-style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they base their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London, and you could have the local time at sea at the same time, and then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well. There it is. The fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian Peninsula, and the series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained, in my view, by archaeology, which says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it, so they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean they had our kind of tech. It means that they were following exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They've been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate, and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored the world, and they mapped the world. Those maps, made a very, very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople, and that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again and started to be copied and recopied. So from this perspective, when we talk about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators. Yes, that's about as far as I can take it. And when I say that, it, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate longitude. I'm not saying that they were building steam engines. I don't see any evidence for that.
And perhaps some building
tricks, skills, how to. Well, definitely. And this again is where you come to a series of mysteries which are perhaps best expressed in the Giza Plateau in Egypt with the three great pyramids and the extraordinary megalithic temples that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau and the Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Well, can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and what you find most mysterious and interesting about them?
Well, first of all, the astronomy. And here I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Schwaller de Lubick's, who'd noticed what he thought was water erosion on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in ancient Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and the strange scallops, erosion patterns, and the vertical fissures, particularly in the trench around the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there was some sort of flooding here. That's when he brought Robert Schoch, the second person I'd like to recognize, geologist at Boston University. He brought Schoch to Giza, and Schoch was the first geologist to stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back. And he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Epic-Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers, there were lakes, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated. And there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. And the next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Parr. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection. And I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius. And it does take a genius sometimes to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before. The three pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the three stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you could find any buildings in alignment or any stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. He was the ancient Egyptians called the Orion constellation Sahu, and they recognized it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, you find something else very intriguing happening. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Epic-Dryas, you find that suddenly they look perfect. They match perfectly with the three pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial model, aligned perfectly to the rising sun in the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? And 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually, the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a lie entirely, and that it over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out the head. There were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out. By the time you come to the fourth dynasty, when the Great Pyramids were supposed to be built, by the time you come to the fourth dynasty, the head of the lion, original lion head, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre, but there's no real strong resemblance. But it's definitely wearing the headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that that's the result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion-bodied, but also a lion-headed monument. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. It's 270 feet long and 70 feet high. It's looking directly at the rising sun of the equinox. If you create it then, you would be better. You'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull, because that was the age of Taurus, when the constellation of Taurus has the sun on the spring equinox. So why is it a lion? And again, we think that's because of that observation of the skies and putting on the ground as above, so below, putting on the ground image of the sky at a particular time. Now, the fact that the Giza Plateau, it's a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute, but the fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC, to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software at the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground, which memorializes a very ancient date, does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you're there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important to you. You could use astronomical language and megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns of the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx, and the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple has largely been destroyed, but the Valley Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion times on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated thing. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation, a restoration, and an enhancement of much older structures that had existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill, and that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea is that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids. The pyramids were built by the Egyptians to celebrate for their an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids we see them today, But the base of those pyramids was already in place. So what's the case? What's the evidence that the Egyptologists used to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and Sphinx? Well, the three great pyramids of Giza are different from later pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing. Is the story of pyramid building? When did it really begin? And the timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of Pharaoh Zoser, the step pyramid at Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids were built. And then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids. We have three of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Sneferu, who built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum and the two pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. This is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the fifth dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior constructions. You can hardly recognize them as pyramids at all. But what happens when you go inside them is you find that they're extensively covered in hieroglyphs and imagery, eating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics: it's a 6 million ton structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. The 60th degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing. Plus, it's very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. In the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab Caliph al-Ma'mun, who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrance face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured, there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers, and they went into sledgehammers and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big falling, and they realized there was a cavity there. And they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, the descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid, people could walk in, slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So mathematicians are at work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the ground gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber, you go up the ground gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus is a little bit too big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure of the King's Chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Wise, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found what he claimed to have found, the graffiti, a piece of graffiti left by a work naming the Pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I mean, chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Wise actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what's called the Wadi al-Jaffa, where Red Sea, a diary of an individual called Herrera, and he talks about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way, but I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is a 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you've got to walk a distance of not walk, you're going to walk. You're almost going to have to crawl. I've learned from experience that the best way to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet 5 inches high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. The theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out 300-foot long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passes through bedrock, and having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, got to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there, and they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber, that's his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber. That's where Pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders on the Khalif and the Moon didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid.
So you're arguing that the Sphinx, maybe some aspects of the pyramid, were much earlier, and why that's important is, in that case, it would be evidence of some transfer of technology, from a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe, seeking refuge and telling stories of maybe one, the importance of the stars, their knowledge about the stars, and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation. That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Septempi, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the cosmos cleared. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists, but nevertheless it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Mekhe are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the Encyclopedic text as 7 sages, because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Akalu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people the skills of agriculture and
of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world. That there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived in Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time. And that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secret groups that passed it down over thousands of years, and finally it burst into full form in the Fourth Dynasty in ancient Egypt. But the notion of knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be observed. For example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC, and knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you could preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you could probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed, where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting a god of the gaps. And I think there was a civilization because there's lots of the earth archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that. These are very special gaps that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you before. So it's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they specifically include the Sahara Desert, which was not existed during the Ice Age. It went through this warm period when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractions, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt, we need to be looking at the Sahara for that. The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left under dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe close to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in trickles perhaps. There were periods of very rapid, quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are episodes within it, like Water Pulse 1B, like Water Pulse 1A, when the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think it might have been? And do you think it was spread across the globe? So if they were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me, which suggest to me that something is missing from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe, because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was hideous, frozen wasteland. The places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert. And, of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for, quote-unquote, my lost civilization. And because I think, largely from those ancient maps, that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization, I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. Maybe there was, it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter-foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones.
Yeah.
That possibility may have been there in the past, and only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually take refuge amongst those hunter foraging populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me it helps to explain the evidence.
So that's one of the challenges that archaeologists provide this idea, is that there is a lot of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right, very tiny percent. And even a tiny percent of every archaeological site has been studied by archaeologists too. Typically 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is actually.
I mean, that's why I go back to that fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there's places on Earth we haven't discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view from history. Do you think there's going to be a place, like what will be your dream thing to discover, like that has a definitive perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of records. There's mystical associations with the Holy Records of Giza from people like the NPC organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present in ancient Egypt. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. And of course, there's very good reasons for that. You don't want to damage the place too much. But let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. You know, it's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the 3 great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago. So, Pillar 43, Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe, contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diamond. Martin Sweatman at Edinburgh University has brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today. And that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time that the sun was at the center of the dark rift in the Milky Way at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. It's interesting that the same date can be deduced from of course, it's controversial. By no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this. I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating comes 600 years ago proves to be absolutely the oldest date, as it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, the beginning of the Epidramas, the beginning of the impact event. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It draws out, it uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and the profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Islands. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, and that star map is part of an exhibition put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes sky above the tower at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the tower's construction. So you could use astronomy and architecture to memorialize a particular day. Quick pause. Sounds good. So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct, and the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere. You place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa, Homo sapiens, how they think about them. That's super interesting. Yeah. And then there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas. Right? That means that there's so much undiscovered still about sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but I think it's partly territorial. I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession. They do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large benefit. And that's, I found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. I wasn't very interested in them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Silent Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appeared to be regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It had nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous. It's certainly not a danger. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain and being viewed and seen by large dread, by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of the problem. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas, Tim Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. And John Hoops just recently started his YouTube channel. Flint has had one for quite a while. Pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the attention, and that it's not right that I am. And that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to a science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest. If that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to them, that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under the documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down. I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology. I hit back when, after 30 years of these attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. And sometimes I'm perhaps overvigorous about it. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in the critique of archaeology in the first season, ancient apocalypse. Maybe I should be gentler, a bit kinder. And I've tried to reflect that in the second season, and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community. And in archaeology, science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity. And I think your work inspires people. So that's why people like Kat Barnhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people. It inspires millions of people to ask questions.
Exactly.
I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it. And he's being great questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for everybody in the series.
So, given that, can you maybe steel man the case that archaeologists make about this period we've been talking about? Can you make the case that that's indeed what happened? It was hunter-gatherer for a long time, and then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in history with the Younger Tribes, and that changed the environment, and then led to the springing up of civilizations in different places on Earth. Can you sort of make the case for that?
No, I completely understand why that is the position of archaeology, because that's what they've found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as a science, and it uses techniques of weighing, measuring, and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found and what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that besides we live in a very politically correct world today, the idea that some kind of lost civilization brought knowledge to other cultures around the world is seen as almost racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think the majority of archaeologists are in complete good faith on this. I don't think that anybody's really seeking to frame me. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than others, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for a lost civilization. To that, I must reply, please look at this. Please consider the implications of the Younger Trias. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them and stare at them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeology at all before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very, very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are almost being overthrown. It can take years, it can take decades. It took decades in the case of Clovis' first hypothesis for the settlement of the Americans. But sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that that idea does not explain.
If we could just look back at your debate with Dibble on Joe Rogan experience, what are some takeaways from that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about him? You said that he's one of your big critics. What do you like about his ideas, and what were you maybe bothered with?
First of all, just very recently, and it can be found on my YouTube channel on the Signal online website. I have made a video that's about an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flint made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word map, 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate, and I put that clip into the video that I brought up. That is not a fact, that is an estimate. UNESCO estimate. And actually, in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see that word estimate either. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flynn has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found in maps, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization of the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it is 3 million shipwrecks that have been found. It's much, much less than that. Maybe it's 250,000. It's still a large number, but most of them in the last 1,000 years. Unfortunately, what Flynn didn't go into, perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again I go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. The people in Australia involved a relatively short 90 kilometers, 100 kilometer ocean voyage, but nevertheless it was an ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large people, a large number of people, to create a permanent population that would go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was always even during the Ice Age. No ships survived that speak to the settlement of Australia. No ships survived that speak to the settlement of Cyprus either. That doesn't mean that thing didn't happen.
It's just like liquor. For me, it was shipwreck thing was convincing. And then looking back, watching your video, and also just realizing the people in Australia are that 50,000 years ago. Just imagine being a person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out into the ocean, looking at a harsh environment, and deciding, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death. And I don't know what's on the other side of the water. You can't see that, and humans did it. Yeah. It's that urge to explore. Yeah. And I suggest that it probably began with a few pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got a relatively straightforward island hopping with where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expanse of ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity that is central to the human condition would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more, and even if they lose their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals, not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with good news that there's a whole land, that's the land that was in it that the geographers call Sahul, which is just as Sunda was the Ice Age Indonesia, Malaysia Peninsula, all joined together in one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made land for New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this vast, open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved larger crowds. You need to bring people with resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same with language there. The detailed work that's being done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migration of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would involve multiple boats, and boats of significant size. And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats.
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
But everything that makes a boat is lost is time.
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck off the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. Well, I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep. But there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. That is more than 2,000 years old and is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship. You could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself is gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely given the very thin survival of ships the further back you go in time, with the oldest, as I say, being about 6,000 years old. And then the other thing to take into account is the Younger Dryas event itself and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived for thousands of years afterwards. I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope.
So, okay, so that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks.
Yeah.
What's your takeaway from the debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that Flint had really disturbed me with his constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism in my work. I detest such things, and to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much on his work. There's one example I include in the video I made where he hasn't successfully avoided it, but in most cases he's trying to say that I rely on sources that were racist, but he's not saying that I myself am racist. But the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist, and that really got under my skin. It really upset me, and I felt angry about it, and I felt that it was there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm confused that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else. At least not anything to do with the loss of civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I see the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation, or forcefulness. Because the atmosphere is very often hilarious to watch. So you can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever. And then you realize the Wikipedia description of who you are has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, people that just kind of learn about it for the first time, and they can really start to annoy you, get under your skin. People are kind of indirectly injecting and writing articles about you. They can then be cited.
Damn, bitch.
It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different
I
ideas.
felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 children, and of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family, and these are kids who are going to grow up, read Wikipedia, and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. This is a personal issue for me, and I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debate, and it made me less effective than I should have been. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute to him. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater in that debate. I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular day. I also admire about Flint something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Flint was willing to do that, and I'm grateful for that. And I think in that sense, it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with a very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also very determined. He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him, I honor and respect. I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture, is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are interesting, like where you get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline. I've said many times before publicly, I couldn't do any of it without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study. But nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the Pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that describes it to Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. I just necessarily the Khafre connection and Göbekli Tepe. I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it and a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented an alternative point of view, which they regard as quote-unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public and think the general public is just going to accept them. Actually, by condemning those alternative points of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept those alternative points of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past, and anybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology in the long term. There could be a much more positive and much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Ed Barnholt. It was very much the case with archaeologist Marty Passinen from the University of Helsinki, with geographer Ossi Radzi, Brazilian geographer, very, very senior figure, who I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing evidence that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, which more have been found with LiDAR, indeed we found as we've done ourselves with LiDAR.
Yeah, those are incredible parts of the show that I got a chance to preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, the traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look from up above. So the idea that they built stuff that you can only appreciate when you're from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
Yeah. And very good knowledge of geometry as well, because these are geometric sculptures. And some of them even seem to incorporate geometric names, almost like square in it's not quite that. You have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle of earthwork right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometers. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers and mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mysteries. It's fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. And that's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists, is their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking blood out of the past and to reduce it to a series of numbers that appear to be scientific. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline of human beings. If you go back to the formation of the Earth itself, if I've got the figures right, it's about 4.5 billion years ago that the Earth supposedly formed. It was then incredibly hot and inhospitable to life for the next several hundred million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being cool enough to support life, there's bacterial life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself. It was published in 1981. And he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia. Now, that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life on planets. But Crick actually, Life Itself, was talking about direct panspermia. He envisaged, this is Crick, not me, he envisaged an alien civilization far away across the galaxy, which faced extinction. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in the neighborhood. They were highly advanced. Their first thought might have been, let's get ourselves off the planet and go and populate some other planet. But the distances of interstellar space were so great. So their second thought was, let's preserve our DNA. Let's put bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria, into cryogenic chambers and fire them off into the universe in all directions. And the bottom line of Crick's theory, life itself is one of those cryogenic containers containing bacterial life from another solar system, crashed into the early Earth. And that's when their life began so suddenly here on Earth.
If we as a human civilization continue, I think that is one way to create backups of us elsewhere in the universe, given the spaces to do a light gun and shoot it everywhere. And there's just plants. And you kind of hope that whatever is the magic that makes up human consciousness, and if that magic is already there in the initial DNA of the bacteria, the potential for that magic is there. The potential is there.
And that evolutionary forces will work in different ways in different environments. But the potential is there. Yes, it's something that if we were facing a complete extinction of life on planet Earth, a major global effort would be made to preserve it. That might well include firing off cryogenic chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
And as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way here. For example, it's like 3 billion years with single-cell organisms. So it seems like life is pretty good in single-cell organisms, that there's no need for multicellularity, like for animals, for any of this kind of stuff. So why is that? It seems like you could adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do? And what was the forcing function to do that kind of thing? And the same for us to be selfish, self-obsessed. For us humans, what was the magic leap to Homo sapiens from the other hominids? And why did Homo sapiens win out against the Neanderthals and the other competitors? Why are they not around anymore? So those are all fascinating mysteries. It feels like the more we propose some radical ideas about our past, take it serious, explore, the more we'll be able to sort of figure out that puzzle that leads all the way back to Homo sapiens, maybe all the way back to the origin of life on Earth.
I think Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very long, deep series of mysteries that goes back right to the beginning of life on this planet, probably long before, actually, because this planet is part of the universe, and God knows what else is out there in the universe.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? Why? Like, what was the magic things? There's a bunch of theories about fire leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction. We're able to use their imagination to construct ideas and share those ideas and tell great stories, and that is how an evolutionary advantage. Do you have any paper conceptual? It's interesting. There's no doubt that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet, one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, that we killed them off. But at the same time, we were interbreeding Neanderthals. In a sense, Neanderthals are not. They're still within us today. We are part of that Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read about, that there is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism that took place amongst Neanderthals, and particularly the eating of human brains. This can cause cruel, which can kill off the population. That's another suggestion why the Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities that are being put forward. Maybe we just outcompeted them. Maybe humans had some brain connections that they didn't have, even though the Neanderthal brain was bigger than the brain of human beings, as they also go sizes and everything. Maybe we just had a more compact, more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens. For our discussion, what is interesting is all the seem to be explorers. Yes, they spread. The idea that the fact that Homo erectus was all over the planet more than a million years ago is testament to that. And I do think that exploration urge is fundamental to humanity. And I like to say that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge for the past in my own, making my own.
That's the leap from non-human to human. One of the things you discussed is your idea of what was the leap to human civilization. What is the driver? What is the inspiration of human form civilization? And for you, that's shaman. Different. Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything, of value, humanity. I think it was the early form of science. When I spent time with shamans in the Amazon, I observed people who are constantly experimenting with plants in a very scientific way. They're always trying a pinch of this and a pinch of that in different forms. For example, the ayahuasca group, to see if it enhances it or makes it different in any way. The invention of curare is a remarkable scientific feat, which is entirely down to shamans in the Amazon. They are the scientists of the hunter-forager state of society. And they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of shamanism. And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken, and exploration, investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one group, went a bit further than other groups did, and used that study of the skies and developed navigational techniques, and were able to sail and explore the earth. But that ultimately, what lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon to this day. And I do see that as scientists in very proper use of the word.
But do you think something like ayahuasca was a part of that process?
Yes, ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available in the Amazon. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today. Some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems. Perhaps it is, perhaps it can be in certain ways. Ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca group. And the other ingredients are leaves that contain dilute tryptamine. And there are two sources of that.
One is a bush called Psychotria viridis, that's its botanical name. They call it Chacruna in the Amazon. And its leaves are rich in carbohydrate with DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. And the other source comes from another vine, Diplopteris camerata, which the leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from Chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. And the reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed. Basically, DMT is not accessible to unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that's what I mean when talking about science in the Amazon, because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them put together can produce these extraordinary visionary experiences.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to eat,
Yeah,
consumed, and smoked, all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
exactly. You realize this is something very special, and then to use the principles there to find another form. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant, but yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, Diplopteris camerata, which contain not only NMDMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO DMT, and the yahe experience, which I have also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming, than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is hideous to drink. The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in a cup. But then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals, it's the sense of encounters with sentient others, that there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us. And that what the ayahuasca brings.
There he is.
Sometimes like mushrooms.
Yo, big dog.
As well. LSD can do. But ayahuasca is the master
How you living, pimp?
of lowering the veil.
You ready to lose 5 straight games? You're not going to win jack fucking shit, dog. You're not going to win jack fucking shit. Dog, not even close. Five straight games. You got that, big dog? I actually made a mistake. I made it for 3 players. So just wait a moment. I made a mistake. That game's for 3 players. It needs to be for 2. Am I cutting out? No, I can hear myself. No, I can hear myself. We'll see if it works. All right. So you should have another invite. Oh, I do hear it. Just give me a moment. I'm going to restart my device.